Welcome to Midnight Metal episode number 14! Yeah, brought to you by the Burnettwork. I am your Viceroy of Verisimilitude, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your Evangelist of the Imagination, Mr. Robert Meyer Burnett, and this is my fucking birthday. Right now, May 15th, I was born on this day. It's been my birthday for 2 minutes, and we are here to celebrate me. Yeah, that's right. We're here to celebrate me, because it's metal to celebrate me. It's metal to celebrate you too. Let's celebrate all of us. Let's celebrate our humanity. Let's celebrate what it's like to be alive after the crazy fucking 2020-21. I'm fully vaccinated. Ha ha ha! I don't know what that means, but I do know I'm going to a movie theater tomorrow night for the first time in 15 months. I'm going to see Zack Snyder's Army of the Dead with Elizabeth. Yeah! At the Chinese theater. How great is that? I'm going to buy some fucking popcorn. I'm going to buy alcohol. I'm going to buy peanut fucking M&Ms. And it's going to be glorious. Or as John Colicos' chorus said, but it would have been glorious. Which is what he said at the end of Errand of Mercy, the very first Klingon episode of the original series in the first season, yo! So good. I am Aelborn. No, not really. Aelborn was decidedly not metal. Well, I want to welcome all of you to this ridiculous show that has a life of its own. It just keeps going and going and going. You know why? Because you watch it. Last week we had David Pryor, the director of The Empty Man, just show up and come on the show at like 3 o'clock in the morning. You never know. People don't sleep. We had one of the Pierce brothers, Los Bros Pierce, directors of The Wretched, was in the chat. My God, who knows what's going to show up? I keep waiting for my... You never know. Gosh, you just know... You never know what's going to happen on Midnight Metal, the most goddamn entertaining show. Tonight I'm running solo. Here by myself. I know, false advertising with the graphic, with the lovely Dave Parker. Maybe he can convince me to come on. I don't know. But you know I'm going to bring some of you motherfuckers on. Yeah, it's celebrate my goddamn birthday. Which, you know, some people celebrate for a week. I believe you just got to put it all into that 24-hour period. Don't anyone tells you about birthday months. Nope. Don't believe them. Don't trust them. Remember, my God, your birthday should only last for a day. That's what makes it special. Unless your mom was in labor for 2 days, or you're Japanese, in which case they count the time you spent in the womb. Or so I've heard. You know what's fucking metal? I'll tell you what's metal. My goddamn Fast and the Furious 20th anniversary steelbook 4K. I should have held off and show this on our Let's Get Physical Media show, but I couldn't wait. It came in the mail today. My God, woohoo! Look at that. I'd actually like Fast 5. Maybe they already did that. I don't know. I got box sets. I got all kinds of shit coming out my ears when it comes to Fast and the Furious. I've also got my Pellegrino mixed with JMO. Drinking tonight, birthday drink. Yeah. So you know what's metal? The fucking Chinese probe. They landed on Mars. That's right. It was parked in orbit around. They sent a probe. That's right. There were three countries that sent a probe to Mars this year. That's right. America, China, and let me get this straight. I think the UAE. That's right. An Arab country sent a probe to Mars. Now, their probe... Hang on, let's see. Hang on, let me make sure. Let me get this right. Let's see. Let me find out exactly. The Emirates Mars mission. The robotic probe sent to Mars under the Emirates Mars mission has been named Hope, or El Amal. So, congratulations to both the Chinese and Emirates for sending a probe to Mars. Now, the Emirates probe is not going to land. It's just going to orbit the planet, which it's been doing. So, it is amazing that 3 countries from this planet, for all the infighting and the horrible ridiculousness humanity continues to inflict upon one another, there are 3 different world entities that have probes. Emirates has one orbiting. You know, I was actually accused of what was it called? Accused of being an Islamophobe. Hello, Emirates has a probe on Mars. I am not an Islamophobe. I just don't like fundamentalism of any stripe. Let's hear it for Emirates. Their Mars probe is in orbit. They did not design a probe that will land, but it's in orbit around Mars. The Chinese had a probe that was in orbit around Mars, but they had a lander that landed yesterday. Congratulations to the Chinese. And of course, we still have perseverance and ingenuity. We flew a drone on the surface of Mars, or over the surface of Mars. My God, is there anything more metal than that? We're still fighting amongst ourselves when 3 different Earth entities have sent probes using technology to the red planet. My friends, if there's one thing that metal is all about, that this show is all about, my God, I talk about every person has a story to tell. That's true. But you know what? We, as a species, should be like the possibilities. 3 different entities, 3 different nationalities, 3 different countries have probes in the red planet. China and America both at the same time have a presence on fucking Mars. Say what you want about China. That's fucking cool, man. That's really cool. Give it up for our Chinese brethren. They've done a good job. Congratulations for successfully landing their probe. I mean, I'd like them to be a little bit more transparent because I'd like to see footage and all that. I'm sure we'll see it tomorrow because God knows they're all about saving face. They want to make sure everyone knows. Cheers to China. Cheers to China's probe on Mars. By the way, I heard today that one of the did he play Liu Kang in? He played Liu Kang in Mortal Kombat. Was complaining that in the Lord of the Rings television show, there's not enough representation. Not enough Asian representation in Lord of the Rings. I think that could be true. But, I mean, it is supposed to be set in Middle-earth, which is analogous to Western Europe, specifically the UK. I actually pointed out that in Ronnie Yu's 1993 film, The Bride with White Hair, which Dieter Bastian recently allowed me to own on 4K, I was like, you know what? I was recently thinking about that disc as I put it in, and I thought, you know, the first thing that popped into my mind was this film does not have enough representation for non-Chinese people in it. Oh, wait, you know what? I didn't think that because it was a movie that was made in China, about Chinese folklore. So, you know, I don't know if at the time it was made, gosh, not everything has to have 100% representation. I don't want The Bride with White Hair to have like a bunch of white dudes running around. And by the way, doesn't hurt me. Just saying, when I watch my Chinese fantasy martial arts movies, wuxia, how do you pronounce it? When I see that genre, which I have loved for 40 years, I want to see pure, uncut Chinese martial arts mystical action. And when I go to Middle-earth, I want to see what happens in Middle-earth. You know, I don't want to be like, just saying. I mean, my God. I don't want John Woo to somehow be canceled because there aren't any Americans in fucking Hard Boiled, for fuck's sake. I'm already the villain in that movie. It freaks me out. Already. By God, let people who make movies in their own countries. You know what? I love Iranian films. It's great that, you know who's in Iranian movies? Iranians. Fantastic. There's some terrific Iranian movies. Just saying. You know what's really great when we see world cinema? That it's world cinema. That we get to see movies from around the world. It's fucking metal, dude. It's metal to see movies from different fucking countries that represent those countries. I don't want a rainbow coalition when I'm watching a movie that was made in whatever foreign country it was made in. I want to see a movie that was made by those people about those people. That's what I want to see. Thank God. Anyway, yeah. Harry, nice guy, sends in a what I don't recognize. I'm not up on my. It's not pounds, but thank you for the lovely super chat. Now, Harry Nice Guy says, happy birthday. What metal birthday present did you get? Well, my birthday's been 12 minutes. It's 12 minutes in. I'm 12 minutes in. I have yet to receive. I did get Roberto Suarez sent me a box. It has a Universal Exports sticker on the side. And UPS says they're delivering something for me tomorrow that's 30 pounds. I think I might have bought it myself, but it's taken 2 years to get made and get here. It might be the best birthday present a guy's ever had. But let me tell you what the best birthday present a guy who's as old as me can have. A woman that loves him, a family, a house, a hearth, a home. A place where I feel comfortable and loved, even though one of my dogs is insane. But that's okay. That's the best present a guy can ever have at this point in his life, because there's a lot of people that are decidedly unmetal, and they don't have those things. Let me tell you, it's good to be that way. Anyway, so yes, it is my actual birthday. So there's a lot of people. Wow, there's a lot of people who've been firing in super chats. Patrick Malon, is it Malon? Malin became a member. Black Philip Alvarez says, happy 21st effing birthday, RMB, the most metal dude on YouTube. Cheers, brah. Cheers to you, Black Philip Alvarez. Zan187 sends in the super chat and says, happy birthday, man. Happy birthday to you, or happy birthday to me, whichever we want to call it. Peter Cunningham. Oh, pardon me. Peter Cunnington. Cunnington sends in a super chat and says, happy birthday. Yes, Peter. Thank you. Sends in a super chat and says, happy birthday, Roberto. Well, maybe we'll see you later. Yes. Catherine sends in a super chat and says, have a glorious birthday, Rob. Thank you, Catherine. Chew sends in a super chat. Well, thank you. Andrew Christie sends in a tip and says, happy fucking metal birthday, Rob. Fuck at me, I'm gonna fuck yeah! That's right. That's what I want to hear. Oh, Nick Martins, you are sweet man. Happy birthday, Rob. Keep up the great work. Nick, we'll keep up the great work together. God damn it. And you, my friend, that was very nice of you. Thank you for that. That was a very sweet gesture. I appreciate that. Hopefully, I will prove worthy of you and your appreciation. Darth Plato says, Latus Natalis Tibi, Rob. Happy birthday to you in Latin. Latin is metal. God damn it. You know what? Instead of bringing sexy back, let's bring Latin back, and we can all learn how to speak a global language. Wouldn't it be cool if everybody learned Latin? And we could all speak to each other in, we could all say like e pluribus unum and know what it meant. It would be great. How metal would that be? It'd be fucking metal, wouldn't it not? Would it not? My God, we got probes on Mars, and it's my birthday. And I've got, of course, the Silver Sphere from Don Coscarelli's Phantasm, which, by the way, this actually came in the Arrow box set. I love this. Because nothing gets past it. You know what I should do? I should take a picture of myself on my birthday, reflected in the Silver Sphere, and Instagram that shit. Right for you, like right now. Here, I'll do it right now. Oh, hang on. That's not what I want to be doing, but it'd be kind of cool. Hang on. Let me. I got to get this. Oh, fuck. You know it's not working. Hang on. I got to put it up. Wait, I got to put it up here. And, yeah, because you can see the thing. You can see everything. You could see everything. I don't know. It's not going to work. I had a vision, and I just don't think it's going to work. Yeah, not really. Not going to work. unfortunately, it was a good idea though. I mean, I the image was great, but having to get this phone somewhere in there, I need like a mirror and make it work. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I can do something, because it'd be there is an idea here that it's, it could work. The thing is, the problem is I can't see the way it should work. And I don't like the fact you can see the phone. Yeah, it's not really going to work. Can't really do it. Well, visually it could have been, if Roger Deakins could have made it work, but I'm not Roger Deakins, especially not with a cell phone. So what are you going to do? I don't fucking know. I don't know. So you know what? I'm going to do this. I just want to meet you. I want to talk to you. First of all, I'm going to throw out the links. You're going to fucking come in here. But if you've been on the show before, I would ask you to hold off until somebody who hasn't been on this show comes on. I'm going to throw out, so even I'd ask you to wait too. I'm just going to say, hey, we'll see. I'm going to see who's going to come on to Midnight Metal and help me celebrate my birthday. Who is going to come on this show? I'm going to drop the link in the chat. Now, you better have a good camera and a good audio setup. And I want you to come on Midnight Metal. I'm going to drop this shit down. You're going to come on. But if you've been on the show before, please allow somebody new. I will allow other people to come on later. But if you haven't been on, I want to see some newbies. People that maybe you've never come on YouTube. Maybe you're scared. Maybe you look like the Elephant Man. If you do, I want you on this show. We do not discriminate. We love all. And better yet, we'll love you more if you look like a metal freak, a person that we would admire, a person that we would worship, bow down to. So, there it is. There's the link. You coming in? Join us, as the Evil Dead would say. Come into my birthday. Come in to this live stream. Have some fun. By the way, Mr. Raygun, Jason Spriggs, made this shirt. He recently got married to his lovely bride, Jillian. They make a very cute couple. Just saying. You know who's here? Dieter Bastian is here. Sends me a super chat. Dieter says, happy birthday, Rob. Since the super chat is not enough to buy a Blu-ray, not even a Schnäppchen, so The Hills Have Eyes 4K will be my gift to you. Well, thank you, goddammit. I have loved one of the great things about COVID and one of the great things about 2020 was meeting the great Dieter Bastian, who is more fucking metal than I could ever be. As a matter of fact, let me find it. Because for those of you who know him, you cannot know him and love him. You have to love him if you know him, because he is Dieter Bastian, and he is the most metal guy I know. And you know what? If you didn't believe me, if you didn't think that I was truthful, I want you to look at this picture of Dieter Bastian, my friend, my compatriot, the man I stream with. Look at this picture of Dieter Bastian. My God, is this not metal? This is the most metal shit I've ever seen. Look at Dieter Bastian. Ladies and gentlemen, he is wearing the Kiss solo album shirt. He was made for loving you. He is back in the New York groove. He is Dieter fucking Bastian. Oh, yeah. That's right. That is right. So we have somebody here. Somebody has come into the stream. The real question is, can you hear me? Just nod. Yeah, fuck yeah, you can. Well, I'm going to tell you, I've got Alex Montana who's going to join me, my first guest on my birthday Midnight Metal stream. So Alex, give me a second while I add you to the fucking stream. Yes. He's ready for the fucking stream. He says, fuck ah! Let me just put him in. I'm going to put Alex Montana in, and we're going to grill him. We're going to find out who, what, and how Alex is tonight. So let me just put him in. Let me get him in the graphic. Move him around. Put him down so he looks good. He actually looks good. You got nice lighting, Alex. You look fantastic. You look fan-fucking-tastic. Now just hang on. It's for my birthday. Well, let me introduce you. Everybody, please give a warm Midnight Metal welcome to Alex Montano. Alex, how are you, sir? Are you fucking metal tonight?
I'm fucking metal tonight, man. I'm fucking metal, yeah.
Fuck yeah. So you're wearing a Los Angeles shirt. Are you in Los Angeles?
No, I'm not. I'm in Colombia.
Oh, right. That's right. I knew that.
Yeah.
I knew that. I know you.
But I've been in Los Angeles. Yeah.
You've been, but it's okay. I got to say that Colombia. So tonight, Alex, you're in Colombia. We've had on this stream. We had somebody from Canada, and we had Terje from Norway. So today, the entire Burnettwork, Robservations, Midnight Metal has been truly international.
That's fucking metal.
It's fucking metal. So let me ask you a question. What is Colombia like today? How are you feeling about what's it like living? I mean, I've asked you this before, but right now, today, what'd you do today in Colombia? How was your day?
It's not been pretty good for the past 2 weeks. There's been riots all over the country, so it's been quite dangerous.
Is this a political thing or COVID thing? What is it?
Yeah, it's a political thing. It's not fun at all. Like, the government wanted to implement new taxes to an already really poor country, and the people weren't happy for that. So, yeah, cops have been killing people in the streets. It's not metal at all. It's not even fun.
That is not metal. That's not good. Are you safe though? Are you and your family safe?
Yeah, I'm safe. Yeah, my wife and I are pretty safe. We are not leaving the house, but yeah, man. It's
you got a Return of the Jedi poster behind you and an action figure.
Yeah, I have some Hot Toys there.
Yeah, I was gonna say you got a great Hot Toys display. You got Raiders of the Lost Ark there.
Yeah.
So it's amazing. Even when riots are happening, it's funny. Even in America, we go, look. Obviously, we don't want anyone to lose their lives in the streets. But in America, we think that everything is falling apart. Well, that's not necessarily true.
Yeah.
What I want to say is, despite all of the unrest in your country, the fact that you are here, my friend,
that's pretty cool.
That makes it fucking cool. You know who else?
Yeah.
Another friend we have, that I got to bring on because it's my birthday and I'm going to bring him on. He goes by new names, but his name tonight is just Happy Birthday, Rob. And we know him, we love him. And he always seems to be in a good mood. I will leave you all to figure out why that might be. But he's a Canuck, one of our favorite Canucks. So I've got once again. I love the fact nobody who's been on the show besides me is an American, and I think that's fantastic. So welcome our favorite altered Canadian. Well, he's going to go by Happy Birth Mass, Rob. So hello there, sir. What can we call you tonight? Are you wearing a Pittsburgh Steelers hat?
Yes, sir.
And you're we had a couple from Pittsburgh on this show on whining about movies. So Pittsburgh is on the Steelers. So what by the way, nice lighting. You've got the God rays there. It's very cool. What are you going by? What is your name tonight? What do we call you?
Donnie.
Okay. I didn't know whether you're going to have another. I didn't want to say, when people, Alex is going by his name, you said Happy Birth Mass Rob. I didn't want to be like, I know you're Donnie, but the people at home might not. I didn't want to maybe this week you didn't want to be Donnie. So, right. Alex
anonymous.
You're anonymous. Alex is in Colombia. Donnie, you are in Canada. Yes, you're our Canuck. So, State of the world. I ask you both. I'll ask you first, Donnie. Obviously, a lot has been going down. The Israel and the Middle East, a little crazy. The Chinese landed a probe on Mars. We got political and social unrest in Colombia. Canada is still locked down because of COVID. Let me ask you both. Starting with you, Donnie. Are you optimistic about the rest of 2021 and the rest of the 2020s?
I'm always optimistic. I always look ahead. I'm never negative.
Fuck yeah, man. That's the most metal way to be. Metal people are always optimistic because there's another metal show to see.
Now, there's always going to be shit in the world. No matter what time, there's always going to be shit, You just got to look for the good, look for the positive. and just keep your head up, keep on moving. My favorite expression is, if you're going through hell, keep on going.
I love that, Donnie. Now let me throw that to you, Alex.
I agree with Donnie, man.
Yeah?
Yeah, man. Like, it doesn't matter where you are, what time are you living in. It's always gonna be shit going on around you. You just have to make the best out of it. And
I love you guys. You know what this is?
Yeah.
This kind of positivity is what the Burnettwork is all about. This show is all about having fun, being positive, because you know what?
Happy birthday, Rob. Happy fucking
yeah,
Donnie, fuck yeah! Thank you, man. Yeah. Let me tell you something. As we know from Stanley Kubrick movies, the dead only know one thing. Actually, it's from Full Metal Jacket. It is better to be alive. And we are alive! And until we are not, we must be positive. We must push forward and make a better future.
I'm going to light a birthday candle for you, Rob.
Yes, please do. That's what I'm talking about. Is that some deep in the heart of Canada? Yeah.
There you go.
Wait.
Take a hit, Rob. Take a hit. There you go, man. Happy birthday, man.
Oh, my God, Donnie. Oh, shit. That is some Kilkenny action. Fantastic.
Happy birthday, brother.
Thank you, Donnie. Thank you. By the way, thanks for not bogarting that joint.
The dookie on the left-hand side.
Yeah, those are some dank nugs, my friend. Thank you so much. Cheers to you, Donnie. Now, Alex, can you is marijuana is the wacky weed legal in Colombia?
it is not. It is not. It is not. Yeah, no, it's not legal. But I lived in Vancouver for a while and took advantage of the legality of the weed.
Nice.
Well,
Nice.
it wasn't, but yeah. I mean, I was young. I don't smoke anymore, but
Oh yeah, you look really old. You're fucking Gandalf, man. Look at that beard.
No, yeah. I have to dye it, man. Like, there are a lot of gray hairs here.
Oh
But yeah.
man. Anyway, I think you're probably okay. Nick, actually, Nick Markins, I just keep going back. Thank you for the generosity, sir. Darth Plato actually spoke Latin to me, so I think the whole world should speak Latin. Harry Nice Guy asked me about metal birthday presents, and I'm like, it's only 29 minutes into my birthday. I haven't got a present yet, but you people, you are my present. Everyone's being so generous. You guys are. Louis Terrazas says, happy birthday, Rob. Always live a metal fucking life. Gentlemen, Louis Terrazas says, always live a metal fucking life. That's what the show's about, and that's what you guys are doing, right?
Right. Always.
Living a metal fucking life.
Always.
Rob,
Which is... Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Donnie.
I just want to say, maybe, before, you let other guests on, I'm in, like I said, I was into Star Trek. I was at episode 5 when I last talked to you. I'm at 12 now.
Ooh.
And I'm fucking loving it, dude.
And this is classic Trek.
Yes. Yes.
So let's see. You're at episode 12. So you've seen the episode, What Are Little Girls Made Of? With Dr. Corby and the android bodies, Kirk being duplicated, and Andrea.
Wait, no, I'm not there. I finished the 2-parter of
Menagerie.
Menagerie, right.
And what did you think of that?
I understand what Spock did, man. I get it.
Dude, I love it. I love that you did. And now, by the way...
But wait, no. So you told me, you were like, don't watch The Cage, right?
Yes.
No, I'm glad. I had to I restarted, and I watched The Cage first, and then I watched episode 1, 2, 3.
All right.
But watching The Cage helped me get the idea of Menagerie. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It helped me have better understanding of that episode, that 2-part episode.
Wow, it's good to hear because, look, I'm a Star Trek snob. I admit it.
I know you are.
I'm a complete snob. But to hear you, because you hadn't seen this stuff before.
Never.
Now,
I never gave it a shot.
I love the fact that you did that because now, that's legit. That's totally legit that you now let me ask you this. Having not watched Trek, obviously it's 55 years old this year.
Yeah.
Going back through it now, I think that the Cage and the Menagerie are very serious. They're very serious.
Yeah,
and they're very adult. They're dealing with adult themes.
and
When
that's
you
what I like.
Yeah, when you watch it, like when I was a kid, the Telosians in the cage in the menagerie, I called them the buttheads. And
Yeah,
yet
yeah. They had the ass crack in the back
yeah,
of
they
their
had the
head.
ass crack. They're the but they to me they defined alien life, and they even it was so good you could see the veins pulsating
Yes, yeah.
in their
Well,
heads,
well, yeah.
and now and they on one hand they scared the fuck out of me too, but I love them, and they're Meg Wiley was an actress. She was an actress who played the lead Telosian. Now, are you able to watch?
Wait. Time out. Sorry. So the main Telosian, that was a female,
Yes, it was.
but that was a male voice, right?
I believe so. It was. I don't
Okay,
remember.
all right, okay.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
but now,
All right. Go ahead.
now the question I have for you is: when you're watching these things, are you able to forget, like obviously the colors and everything and the visual effects, date
Yeah.
it. But when you're watching it, are you able to still get into it? Watching it as an adult, it's very adult.
Yes.
The subject matter is very adult. I mean, the idea of loyalty to your captain.
That's what it is. That's what I'm picking up on. That's why I'm attracted to it. I can, it's kind of outdated with the backgrounds and everything.
Yeah.
It's like it's 66 Batman and Robin kind of. But
Well-
I love that. But no, sorry, not
No, I'm just
comparing.
kidding. I'm just kidding. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Like, I grew up watching Batman and Robin, I love that nostalgia-ness, but it was corny as shit. And
Right.
I retract that statement last week when I said, I'm starting to watch Star Trek. Yeah, it's corny. I didn't mean corny in a bad way. Like, just, no, I don't even want to say corny. Just, like, but no, there is that, I am watching it and I'm seeing beyond what it is. Like, there's more to it. There's
Right.
story. There's right. And I get what you mean. And if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have given it a chance.
Oh my God, you cannot tell me anything better than that, Donnie. Now,
Yes.
let me throw it to Alex.
And it's the morals, it's the values. There's just there's a
look-
lot to learn from, and it was ahead of its time. Like in the '60s, you had those shows. It's like, hey, honey, let me grab your ass, smack.
Well, there's a little bit of that too.
Well,
yeah.
not as much.
No, I know.
Like,
I know it's not.
I was watching what episode was it? Charlie X.
Charlie X, so good or not good, but it's
Well,
I want to
but-
stay.
yeah. Yeah, he's like this alien. I get it, and he's aboard, and he falls in love with the first woman he sees, right? And he doesn't know like how to act like human and proper.
He's the
smacks her
first.
ass.
He's the first incel that's ever been on TV.
Right. So he smacks. Who's the blonde girl? I don't know who that is yet.
Janice
still.
Rand. She was in 7 episodes of the original series. She was the Kirk's yeoman, and that was her name, Janice Rand. And
So what exactly does she do on the ship? Like, what's her job? I still don't get it.
no, I'm just kidding. We don't know.
Okay.
No. She was the captain's. She was the yeoman, and she
I
reported.
never heard
she
that
did-
word, yeoman.
Yeoman.
Sorry.
Yeah, a yeoman is actually a yeoman is as a matter of fact. Let me define it for you.
Okay.
Yeoman.
I've never heard that word.
Uh-oh. We lost. I thought Alex will come back. A yeoman is a servant in a royal or noble household ranking between a sergeant and a groom or a squire and a page. So it was something it was a term that was adopted by the Navy and or in this case the United the Starfleet. So that's also a man holding a cultivating and small landed estate. So that's what she did. She was a yeoman, and early on in Star Trek, they hadn't really refined the future yet. And Grace Lee Whitney was the actress who played yeoman Janice Rand, and
Okay.
she only was on 7 episodes of the original series, but they brought her back for Star Trek the Motion Picture, and they brought her back in Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock. So, yeah, and she struggled with alcoholism and things, but, I mean, she's as much a part of the Star Trek universe as anyone.
And that's what I like also about Star Trek. There's none of it. Like, I thought it was like these crazy not CGI, like these puppet monsters and stuff. No, there's a lot of mind fuckery going on.
Mm.
Like like it's more than, or I don't know how to. It's just it's hard to describe, man. Like it's just so much to it. It's awesome. I love it.
Now we lost Alex, but we do have E. Stevens. E. Stevens jumped in, although I don't see. Oh, there is E. Stevens. He is here. I'm going to add E. Stevens to the chat. By the way, Alex, I'm sorry. I don't know why we lost you. I hope it wasn't because of some crazy weirdness that was going on. We got E. Stevens here. I'm going to add E. Stevens to the stream and put him in with you, Donnie. Now, hang on. I'm going to get E. Stevens in here. Now, I don't believe. Let's see. Here is E. Stevens. Let me make him look good. Blow him up. There he is. I'm gonna look at all the beards. This is like there's some fierce facial hair going on. Let me introduce all of you
grow
to.
that beard, man.
I know I had. I cut off. Here, ladies and gentlemen, is E. Stevens. E. Stevens, are you fucking metal tonight or what?
I am.
Fuck yeah, dude. Where are you coming to us from?
Virginia.
Virginia.
Yes, sir.
So okay. Where in Virginia are you, sir?
Well, you know where Roanoke, Virginia is? Roanoke, about 3 hours from there.
All right, I know we actually, my hometown has a tavern called the Roanoke, so I do know where Roanoke, Virginia is. That's like the original Roanoke in America.
Actually, close to Tennessee and Southwest Virginia part. That's where I'm from. So.
All right, now are you an imagination connoisseur?
Yes, sir, I am.
Fuck yeah, you are. All right, so now I got to ask you, E. Stevens, since we're talking classic Trek, are you a classic Trek fan? Are you a Star Trek fan at all? No wrong answers. Don't think that you're going to piss me off.
Hey, I'm a newbie.
I'm a newbie to it. I've not really jumped into it yet. I watch occasionally. I like the old Trek stuff.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's good.
Good
answer.
I'm a fan, but not like a hardcore. I probably need to start watching it in the past because now there's not much current shows that's any good, so a lot of times I'm just going to the past. There's excellent prime stuff in the past.
So now, okay, but let me ask you this: what turned you into an imagination connoisseur? What is E. Stevens' jam? What's your favorite shit?
Wow, I love Star Wars, but I guess I like Doctor Who. Doctor Who is, that's my jam. I got kind of introduced to that about 2000, I think 8. The New Who. The New Who.
So being with Christopher Eccleston and then
yes, sir.
David Tennant and then Matt Smith.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Yeah.
So that's go ahead.
No, so was that what made you an imagination connoisseur before Doctor Who?
Yeah. It kind of, actually, I was telling somebody the other day, there's 2 shows that really capture my imagination. There's Doctor Who and the Orville. Just that kind of, it makes me think about, that's really cool about different planets, different environments, different situations. It really capture my attention. And it takes a lot to catch my attention. When it's zone in, it's zone in. You know what I'm saying? I really do enjoy that kind of stuff.
Hell yeah.
The Orville, have you seen that Seth MacFarlane original YouTube of him doing Star Trek?
Yes.
No.
When he was a kid.
Yes, right.
It's
you know
awesome.
what I'm talking about, Rob.
I do.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it so much. You got to see it. Mr. Stevens, you've got to check it out because it's great. Okay, by the way, I want to say that there's a few other people here.
Yeah.
Lizzie Venus. Lizzie Venus sent a super chat and said,
sorry.
"Happy birthday, Rob. You are the medalist of metal." No, I would say that all of us are the medalist of metal. So thank you for that, Lizzie.
Everybody
by the way, Lizzie Venus.
Throw the horns for Rob. Throw up them horns in the comments.
Yeah,
Rob.
man. Throw the horns up.
Horns. Let's see them horns.
Fuck yeah. By the way, you know what? If I was in high school and I knew a girl named Lizzie Venus, I'd be like, "Hi, how are you?" I never got to meet girls named Lizzie Venus when I was in high school. Anyway, because there weren't any. Now there are, and it's fantastic. You young men, you're so lucky. Alvaro Bazan sends in a super chat and says, "Fascinating. How old are you? You know, Captain Burnett, birthdays are good for your health. Studies show that humans who have many live longer. I get what you're saying, Alvaro. If you have many birthdays, you live longer. I see what you did there. How old am I? I'm fucking old. How about that? Older than you, probably. Nick Markin sends in a super chat and says, Rob, what do you think about Roger Corman? My favorite movie of his is Carnosaur 2. My God, that's so specific. I'm a huge Roger. Do you guys like Roger Corman? I mean, Roger Corman is a legend, but when I think about Roger Corman, I have to say maybe my favorite Roger Corman movie, that he produced is Death Race 2000 with Sylvester Stallone and David Carradine and Mary Warnoff and I don't know if you guys have seen it, the original, not the Paul Anderson remake bullshit. I like the original with Machine Gun Joe Viterbo. I also like The Mask of Red Death. I like his the Vincent Price literary adaptations he did. I also like Battle Beyond the Stars, 1980. Jimmy Murakami directed that. So Carnosaur 2 is good. I love how specific that is. Do you guys know Roger Corman's work? Have you seen any of his movies? Well, he's in his 90s now. He's a legendary indie producer.
No, I've never heard of him.
As a 30-year-old, millennial or whatever you want, like.
Oh yeah, you're gonna excuse yourself for not knowing the past, right, Donnie? Come on now.
No. What's a mainstream movie that I might know of his?
Well, Death Race 2000, Battle Beyond the Stars, but they came out.
No. Besides that, sorry. Besides 50, that.
No, but I would say that's 40, and Death Race 2000, I think, is 1975, and Battle Beyond the Stars is 1980. So they were made long before you were born. So you are excused.
So wait, when did he make his first movie? What year?
Oh my God, that's a good question. I mean, I think he made the original Little Shop of Horrors with Jack Nicholson in the early 60s. I mean, he's a guy that you wouldn't know.
I don't. You can tell.
And you can't. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to. So it's just
we come to you to learn.
Well, yes, I come to serve you. I'm here to serve. Mus Hussein sends in a super chat and says, "Happy birthday, Rob. Live long and prosper." I guess this is the equivalent, the imagination connoisseur equivalent of fucking metal. Yeah, fuck yeah. Live long and fucking prosper. And then we got Slightly Mad 22 sends in a super chat and says, "My first super chat just today. Happy birthday from Al in Middlesbrough, UK, to one of my favorite YouTubers." Well, Slightly Mad 22. I think if you're going to be slightly mad, the best place to be slightly mad is, in fact, the United Kingdom. Because there's no better place in the world. So thank you, Slightly Mad. And for your first super chat, I can only say I hope it was good for you. Because it was good for me. So thank you for that.
Hey, Rob, I'm going to go ahead and jump out so everybody else can. I just want to wish you a happy birthday, dude. You are freaking metal. I appreciate everything that you do. I watch every episode.
Well, E. Stevens, I want to thank. By the way, can you dip down? I want to see what's on your hat. Oh, of course. There you go. All right. Well, E. Stevens from
it's the Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers hat.
Oh, Jeremy invited me on a stream, and I had such a good time with him. A lot of people were like, "You guys shouldn't go on a stream." I'm like, I had a great time. He was so nice to me every time, and he's been so supportive. So I love that you're wearing his hat, and I don't know if you converse with him, but I'm a fan of Jeremy's. He's a good man. Yeah, and you know what Jeremy also is?
What's that?
He's fucking metal.
He's
fucking metal, yeah!
All right. Catch y'all later. Good birthday.
Thanks for being here, man. I will disconnect from you, but let someone else come in. Thank you for that. It was great to meet you, Stevens, all the way from Virginia. Our first American on the show tonight. I bid you a good night, sir.
Bye, sir.
So that was Jeremy. All the way from Virginia. Darth Plato says, "Hail from the San Francisco Bay Area, Rob. It's not another country, but it is another planet." Yes, it is. Wow. By the way, if you're interested to join in, let me just drop in that link. You can come in if you want. I'm hoping Alex, maybe we didn't get it. I'm not done with Alex. Tim Possible sends in a super chat and says, "Hello there. Very Obi-Wan Kenobi of you, sir. Stubble McShave says, "Oh, you're gonna make me read this, dude." Okay. It's okay. He says, "Happy birthday" in Swedish. I'm gonna read it. Donnie, you gotta help me out with this.
How?
Gratulurar what?
I don't see it. I have nothing to read.
I know you can't. I don't know if I can. I can copy it. I'm gonna put this in. I can't read this shit. I wish it just said Wheel of Time, and I'd be like, thanks, Stubble. I appreciate the birthday wishes, but I'm gonna drop this. Here's a new drinking game. Everyone try and please pronounce this. I just dropped it in the live chat. Read that aloud. Somebody come on the show and tell me.
Oh Jesus, I'm trying.
Dude, I know, man. I have no idea.
I think I'm here now.
Oh, you're back. Alex is back. Let me put you back. Alex says, "Come." Wow, there's
buddy from Colombia.
Yeah, our buddy from our man. Our man in Colombia is back, and I'm going to put him back in the chat. He's back in the New York groove like Ace Frehley was in his solo album.
Rob, you know it's not metal when you leave the beer too long in the freezer and then you pop it and then it gets all slushy and it comes up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a bizarre thing. Alex, you know what's really strange, and this is a weird thing about this. I can't put you back in the chat, unfortunately.
That's pretty weird, but don't worry.
I can't, which I'm sorry about because it doesn't recognize you because you disappeared and came back. So I apologize. I can't put you back in the chat. So
don't worry about it. Happy birthday. It was great talking to you.
Well, thank you. Come back tomorrow. We'll be back with Dave Parker tomorrow.
I will.
Come back tomorrow.
I will, and hopefully this will work. Happy birthday, man.
Well, thanks, man, and enjoy Colombia. Be safe. Be safe with your wife, and keep those Hot Toys figures safe.
I will treasure them forever.
All right. All right. Let's see who else. Pat Finch. I'm going to add Pat Finch to the party. Pat Finch, are you there? Pat is there. You should have, I hope, I'm going to put you in the show. You might be hearing the echo, though. Hopefully you have headphones or something, or turn me off. I'm going to add you. Put me in, coach. I'm adding Pat Finch into this stream. I love this. People are just coming here all night long. Oh, my God. Hold on there, Pat. Let me just make you look good here and bring you into the show the way you want to be brought in the show. So, hold, please. Everyone, give a Midnight Metal welcome to Mr. Pat Finch. Hello, Pat. Pat, where are you coming to us from tonight?
I'm back home in Maryland. So
Maryland.
I'm tired, and because it's your birthday, let me get something.
Fuck yeah, man. It's my birthday. By the way, Adam Jeremio, or Milo, says, is that Shogun figures, Rob? What you were looking at probably behind me, let me jump out of this so I can show people so they know. What he's referring to is this shelf of figures, which, by the way, has this. I know. Look at this. Anyway, these are, in fact, my 7 samurai figures. Hang on, Pat, 1 second. These are my 7 samurai figures right there. Actually, right there. That is Yojimbo, and that is Maximus, and this is Tom Cruise as Nathan Algren from the last Samurai. But we're gonna bring back Pat into the chat. Okay, Pat, you are coming back. Tell us what you have. What do you got?
So basically, today I just came back. I was all the way in Virginia, ironically.
Wow.
To get my final vaccine shot. So now I'm fully vaccinated.
Now, which vaccine did you? Which poke did you get? Which brand of vaccine?
Oh, I got the Pfizer poke.
No, okay, I got Moderna. I got my poke 2 days ago or 3 days ago. Elizabeth and I are vaxxed up.
Yes, and I was sitting down in the waiting area, and I was reading. I haven't finished reading this, but I was reading part 3 of Peacemaker
Wow, that's from
miniseries.
back in the 80s or some 90s.
It is 1987.
Was that just there in the waiting room, or did you bring that with you?
No, I brought it with me. I bought it for $1 at the used bookstore at Wonder Book and Video.
I actually have. Would it surprise you to know that? Hang on a second. I think. Hang on. I think. Maybe not. I might be wrong, but I think. Hang on. Let me just look in this pile. Hold on. I might not know. You know, it's not in this pile. I've been going through all my comics, and I pulled out the #1 Peacemaker. But I know it's not in this pile. But I do have a prisoner.
Yeah, I just
the
have
Dean Motter prisoner issue. Look at that. Come on, original.
Oh yeah, I've seen that for $1.
Yeah.
I bought Marvel versus DC for $1, like part 2 and 3.
Yeah.
It was like $1, and I'm like, oh, I'm picking this up because because at Wonder Book and Video, all comics are 95 cents, regardless of condition. So you can find like some rare stuff for like 95 cents.
Mm.
And as a result, I have this big giant comic collection now.
Wow. As well you should.
Yes. So, and yeah, but anyway, so prior to the pandemic, and to celebrate your birthday, I bought I bought a bunch of stuff. All the edible stuff is gone, including the wine. But I
love
still
it.
have
As well it should be.
Hungarian Palinka.
Wow. Now, wow. I don't think I've ever had that.
No, there are two. It's Hungarian brandy that I bought at a Aldi before I left. And what happened was when I was announced, oh, we have to go. Because what happened was the day I was in Hungary, I was in my apartment, and my teacher was sending us emails saying, oh yeah, everything was shutting down. And the Hungarian government was shutting everything down. And so they were telling us, we recommend you all fly back to America and finish your semester abroad in the United States. And I was so bummed out that day. And I was just wondering, because I had all this planned out, because I had plans to go to Transylvania. I had plans to go pick up certain things, but now I couldn't do it. So
did you ever pick up a Hungarian girl?
I almost did.
Almost?
I almost did. Yeah, I almost did. I did have a story where I almost picked up a Turkish girl. True
All
story.
good.
She was the receptionist at my hostel staying at in Austria. So, because I speak Turkish, and I was telling her, and I went up to her and
Wait, back right up. Pat, you speak Turkish?
Evet, Türkçe konuşuyorum. Evet.
Now, did you take that in school? How did you, most people, I understand Spanish, French, German, the Roman. Oh, how is that? Now, how did you come to speak look at that. How did you come to speak Turkish?
So, story goes, I actually originally studied German in high school.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened was, in high school, I learned German, and so I got interested in the German pop culture. Just like Dieter. And it's funny because last Midnight Metal, I was talking to people in the chat about possibly doing the Burnettwork auf Deutsch, because I was talking to members of the chat.
Yeah.
And Dieter. And we were saying we could do a whole show of us mostly speaking in German.
I would, you know what?
German and Turkish.
Midnight's Edge. The Midnight's Edge channel is launching a Spanish version of Midnight's Edge. I would love it. Dieter Bastian would be the lead of this, but if we could launch a Deutschland version of something in Sprachen Sie Deutsch. If we could do a German language version of the Burnettwork, and that would be our first all German channel, I'm in. Of course,
Yeah.
you can do it with Dieter. I mean, you guys could do. I could throw you topics, and then you guys do an hour-long show in German. I would love that.
I'm
Donnie,
all in.
and-
I'm half German. My mom's a German immigrant to Canada.
Is she still with us?
Yes, she is.
Well, so could she come on and speak German with Dieter and Pat here?
No, like she immigrated at a young age, so like she knows it. Like if it's spoken to her, but she can't speak it. She's lost the. It's been so long. Like it was she was like 10 when she immigrated. She's now like
We don't want to put her on the spot,
yeah.
but I think you and
Yeah.
Dieter, Pat, doing a German version of the Burnettwork, doing a show. I'm in.
No, I love listening to Dieter, man. I want to learn. Like
Dieter's the best, and his German lessons are fantastic. I mean,
Has
I think
Dieter teach you how to curse in German yet?
no, it's
well, that's what everybody does. Like,
I know, but
like,
the funny thing about
whatever language.
cursing in a foreign country, cursing in a foreign language is kind of strange because, when you say them here in America, people are like, what? What are you saying? I know it's the universal language. How do you curse in like Japanese or something? And
You know what fuck is in French?
awesome.
No,
No,
it's
I don't.
yes. No, it's seal.
Is it?
Like it's like yeah.
Yeah.
Like a
In
seal.
German, it's ficken Sie. In German, it's fick. So if you want to say "fu," it's ficken Sie.
Ficken Sie.
Ficken Sie.
All I know is
So-
Saarbrücken, Deutschland.
Saarbrücken, Deutschland.
I love
Willkommen zu Deutschland. Ich bin Patrick und ich wohne in Berlin und diese meine
Actually,
Familie.
speaking of-
You know,
Wow, you're pretty
Speaking
good with
of
language.
Dieter,
Are you a philologist? I mean, do you know languages? I mean, obviously Turkish,
so
German,
back
English.
back to the Turkish thing. So basically, what happened is I discovered the wonders of German rap. And what ended up happening was I learned. All
Are
these-
there really?
I learned
Wait.
about-
There's wonders of German rap?
No, there's German rap music, and
No, I know, but you
basically
said the
it's
wonders
really-
of it. Is it good?
Yes, it's actually really good. It's actually really interesting. But
Better
And what
than
happened-
Can you throw us? Come on. Can you let me? I would love to hear the vocal fill of Pat Finch in German.
so, can I finish my? I was going to say. So
No, I want you to rap
through
right
Ger-
now. Rap. Come
Want
on,
to rap?
rap in German
Okay.
right now.
Oh God.
The vocal fill, man. Come on, give it to us. You brought it up.
Okay. I have to think of a beat. It takes me a bit. Oh God, I've been on the spot right here. Wie ist, ich bin Patrick, ich komme aus Deutschland. Ich meine Hand wird, das ist Deutsche. Ich bin der Baschkan. Baschkan wie macht hier? Ich kann nicht durch. It takes a while.
Oh my God, dude! Give it up for Pat Finch. That was fucking awesome, dude. That was the
Now-
most metal shit that's ever happened on this show.
Well, the funny thing is, too, is
Take a puff.
so from German rap, I started learning Arabic and Turkish. I
Yes.
started learning Arabic
Yes.
and Turkish, and what happened
Why
was when I
did you?
started
Why did you start learning? Wait, hang on. Why did you start learning Arabic and Turkish?
well, because in German rap, there's a lot of many of the rappers are actually Turkish and Arab and Kurdish.
Oh. Now, do they mix
In
the
fact-
languages within their raps?
Yes, and I started
okay.
learning that. So, for example, like Habibi, I learned Habibi through German rap, and then I started learning these Turkish phrases, and then it's like there's this weird hybrid music. For example, there's this weird music in Germany called arabesque rap, where it's basically Turkish arabesque music. So, like in Turkish, there's this famous arabesque singer. I'm just giving an example of a famous arabesque song, but it'd be like Mavishim Mavidendin Onar Heel and Lendin Mavish, and basically it's just a love song, basically in Turkish. And imagine combining that with hip hop music. So in the song you'd have German rap sections, but then the whole I would say, I forget what it's called, but then the whole flow is basically, the hook is in Turkish or Arabic,
Right,
depending on the rapper or the singer. And it's kind of cool and unique. And I actually at one point thought about doing a YouTube or a podcast or something where it's just nothing about German and Turkish rap. And through that, I ended up learning, it got me interested in Turkish culture. And then I started getting really interested in like German, Turkish immigrant culture. And eventually I ended up learning Turkish at university. And then when I lived in Hungary, the Hungarian grammar is very similar to Turkish grammar. So basically I was able to communicate with people, and there's a Turkish community in Hungary. And then also in Germany, and Dieter can speak to this, is Germany has the largest Turkish population outside of Turkey.
Right, yeah.
So for me, I ended up learning those languages in Turkish. And so when I was like in Austria, for example, in Hungary, I got to see this whole other world that my fellow students in my study abroad group had no idea about.
That's amazing,
and I would
dude.
and I would end up going to like the immigrant neighborhoods a lot of times and just speaking to the immigrants. And I ended up befriending I ended up going to this doner kebab stand a lot all the time, and I ended up befriending the manager of it. And he's just started calling me brother after a while.
Wow.
So yeah, so I was like, and I always order in Turkish, and so it just naturally happened. And the story about the one girl I was flirting with at the hostel in Austria, I went up to her and I said, and she's like, and she told me, I started speaking Turkish, and she's like, how do you know I speak Turkish? And I said, I did it. My clapback was, I said in Turkish was, because Turkish women have beautiful eyes.
Nicely done, son. And how'd that go over?
She liked me.
I'll bet she did. Well done. Well done. So you speak English, German, Turkish, and what else?
I can understand some Spanish, and I can understand some French, because I used to because my sister-in-law speaks French, and then my brother, and then I used to work at a Walmart, and most of my coworkers were from like West Africa and spoke French, so I got used to hearing French a lot.
Wow, that's amazing. So you're adept at languages.
Basically, yeah.
I wish I had that skill. I mean, you know, if the Matrix was ever real and you could push a button and load shit into your brain, like, I know Kung Fu, I would love to just like, I would love to load in languages and be able to speak, to travel the world. Like, my dream, other than making more movies, is to be rich, and like everyone's, but rich so I could just wander the earth like Kane in Kung Fu, but in high style. You know, like just travel, like get on planes, be like, where do you want to go today? And like go to Europe and just spend months just meeting fabulous people, wearing I dream of wearing like having like 5 good bespoke linen suits and just traveling around Europe in the summer, you know, going from like the Amalfi Coast and speaking every language and just meeting people.
I would love to do that.
You want to be a human C-3PO.
Well, I don't. Yeah. The problem with C-3PO is it wasn't cool. You know,
No,
I mean,
I
do want to be. I do want to be a protocol droid. I'm familiar in 3 million forms of communication. Donnie, you are correct. And by the way, that might be the funniest thing. Oh, look at this heavy metal, Tarna.
Yes. And I love this movie. I own the soundtrack, and I did a Tarna art project for this.
Wow.
This is the movie. This is the DVD.
A good friend of mine, David Irwin, is the publisher of heavy metal now. So
yes, and I heard that on the I forget the previous Midnight Metal, when you had the guys from Midnight's Edge on. So
Yeah. On Andre and Tom. Tom sent in or maybe it's Andre. Oh my God! Wait, that must be Andre sent me a very generous super chat, and
is it a Norwegian?
Holy
No.
shit! Did he ever?
he did. That was a very nice. I think that's Andre. But yeah, I was talking earlier today about Terrier, and how I've known. That's how I pronounce it. I can't. I've actually been told I'm good at accents because when I hear things, I can emulate them, but I need to understand. Andre, I don't know what it is, but like I listen to Terrier talk, and Andre, I love his voice. I love the Norwegian accent. I love hearing English spoken.
You're talking about the guy from Midnight's Edge, right?
Yeah, Andre.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Like, his
Yeah,
voice
we're
is so
Andre.
it's soothing.
I know, right? I love his voice. I also love the Rob, who like I came to know Midnight's Edge through Rob's voice. You know, he would narrate the channels, like he would narrate the doc. And the thing about Rob was to me it was so funny. Like, here's such a weird thing. Like when I started watching YouTube and I started watching like Midnight's Edge, like I would listen to Rob's voice and I would hear somebody of authority. You know, I'm like, oh,
Yes.
and because they would edit their videos, there's a lot of great production value involved. Like when I find like a Midnight's Edge video, I was like, oh, like I would sit down and cross my legs and I would look at the TV. I'm like, okay, I need to listen to this, and it was important to me. And it's so like, this is just my own thing, like my own thing. That you don't articulate this. It's just a personal thing. So Midnight's Edge was something like I'm gonna watch this channel. I watched every video they put out, and Rob narrated. And when I heard Andre narrate, I'm like, oh my God, they've got somebody European from like Norway, which means this is even a more important video. And so I was a huge Midnight's Edge fan. And now that I've met them and have streamed with them, and they've been so nice to me. They're always like telling me like, oh, you were, but I'm always thinking to myself, I'm like, I can't believe I know the guys from Midnight's Edge because when you're on YouTube, there are people when you watch people, they become like celebrities to you, like no one else knows. They're like, but when you watch like Midnight's Edge, which is a channel like, I'd see it, I'm like, oh, yeah, and I would sit back and I'm like. And there are people like across YouTube that I feel that way. Like when I watch their channel, I'm like, oh, like I stop what I'm doing. I'm like, I need to watch this. It's just, and they're all like, thank you for coming on our channel. I'm like, you don't understand. I'm like a huge Midnight's Edge fanboy. Like, how do you explain that? And then people are like, Rob, you're out of your mind. I'm like, no, but you don't get it because. And this is the thing that I've tried to explain to people, and I think it's the existential crisis that I'm working through on my birthday, which is, so I worked on Tango Shalom on and off for 5 years. It is a movie that most of the people that I know have no interest in. They'll never watch it, but I put my heart and soul in this movie. Now, it took me 5 years. Right? I get on this Midnight Metal stream. More people will be enjoying this instantaneously. Oh, you got that. Now, hang on. Wait, stop. We're going to get to this, right? Let me just finish my point, and then I want to jump right into this. So I'm like, is it better to spend 5 years of your life making a 115-minute movie? Or is it better to go on YouTube and open up your camera and talk and entertain people on a daily basis? Which is better? And I'm like, my whole life I wanted to make movies, and it takes a lot of skill and a lot of work, and yet how do you touch people? How do you get an audience? What's better? And that's at my age now, that's my existential crisis. Do I talk on YouTube, or do I go to more meetings where 10,000 people will tell me no, and I may get one yes in 2 years? What's better? What do you do?
It's like what do you call that weight? The
weight you have to carry. I've got to carry that weight. Carry
It's-
that weight. The Beatles, it's a tough one.
I would say, Rob, just keep doing what you
I
one
do.
out of 100,
I know.
and do, but it's hard to balance both.
It
right?
is. It is hard. It is hard.
Right.
Yeah,
No.
it's hard to
So-
balance both.
Yeah.
But if
Sorry, guys.
if choice A was your first passion, don't give up on it. Keep doing it, and what you're doing now, you're still reaching out to everybody, and you feel good.
no,
Connect and everything.
Donnie, you're absolutely
Right?
you're 100% right. It's true, and I think that's it's a new world. I mean, the whole YouTube thing is how I'm talking to you guys. How amazing is that?
Right.
It's pretty incredible. So
Yeah,
so
it's
And then
amazing
it's like
too.
you have all these ideas that don't hit Hollywood or production, but you're making memories with videos or with face to faces.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it's-
Like you're putting all
Yeah.
that energy and it gets rejected. All right, it got rejected. There's no memory to it. But doing what you're not doing now has memory.
Yeah, and especially in this case where you get to finally interact with your fans and your fans. Like for me, this is the first time I've ever met Donnie, and Donnie's over in Canada. I always
Right.
kind of wanted to travel to Canada. So in a way, you're sort of also bringing us all together from different backgrounds in different parts of the country. And Donnie, I have a quick question. Are you a Pittsburgh Steelers fan?
Yes, sir.
it's funny. I asked him the same
Because
thing.
it's funny because
And
I'm part
I am a
Pennsylvania
Penguins
Dutch,
fan.
and I have
Penguins
family
fan.
in Pennsylvania, and they're from that area, so it's kind in Central PA, so it's kind of funny.
And I'm a Penguins fan.
Oh, okay. I just find it funny because I have family from Pennsylvania, and I'm part Pennsylvania Dutch, so I just find that kind of funny.
Hey,
Wow.
I'm half Dutch and German. I get it. Hey, see, it's a small world. We're all
I'm
connected.
part German
we're all
Irish.
we're all on this
Yeah.
earth together.
We are, and that's the thing. We all breathe the same air. By the way, I do have to say thanks to Midnight's Edge, to maybe Andre, for a very generous birthday present. Thank you for that. Red Walrus TMNC52 sends in a super chat and says, "Happy level up, RMB." I love that. Every year is a level up. I love
And more
that.
responsibilities come.
I know, it's true. So let me ask you guys, I'm going to rotate you guys out, but I want you both to tell me something fucking profound and metal on my birthday. Donnie, I'll start with you. Putting you on the spot. I know, right?
Shit.
I know, man. I know.
Take care, brush your hair. Take care, change your underwear. Wash your hands, wash your ass. And I love you, brother.
Well,
Happy
Donnie,
birthday.
thank you. I appreciate that. And you know what? Washing your hand, I always, when I go out on Friday and Saturday nights, my philosophy would be you should be ready for everything. You never know where you're going to wind up. And I think washing your hands and washing your ass, that's really good advice. It works for you.
Also, my advice is keep searching, because sometimes you'll find a long lost stop motion animation film you made in high school.
Oh, my
So I
God.
found a long lost stop motion animation film I made for high school. And I know Liz is into stop motion animation.
Yes, she is.
So I did not know if there's a way I can send a copy and then you could do a Liz reviews.
Oh, my God. That would be amazing. If figure out, just digitize it. It's on. You can rip that off of a DVD. You can rip it and translate it and make a movie file out of it, and we'll play it.
Rob, there's somebody that wants to wish you a happy birthday before we go.
Is it the
Oh, wow. It's Richard's. Where did you get that? Is that a 1/12 scale action figure of Richard Simmons? Wow. Okay, Donnie. Okay, Donna, I gotta ask you. I mean, I'd be remiss if I didn't. In my documentarian, the inquisitive nature that I have, how did you come across a Richard Simmons? Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a second. How did you come across a Richard Simmons figure?
I I just came across it. I
Are
wanted
you-
it. It's
Are you?
NECA. It's from NECA.
No, I know. Now, are you into aerobics?
No, it's just fucking hilarious.
It is fucking hilarious, and I will bow to you, sir. And by the way, if you have a Richard Simmons action figure, you know what that is? Say it with me now. It's fucking metal. Fuck yeah! Now wait, before I dismiss you guys, Pat, I want you what you just showed. I want you. This is a big deal. A big deal this week. I would like you to explain to the folks at home what that is and why it is important. And are you going to put it on eBay and sell it for $400?
Well, most likely because of the prices of Pokemon cards. I have a 2-binder filled Pokemon card collection when I was a kid. It's now probably worth several $100s now. But that book is, I'm going to keep it as a collector's item.
Well, first of all, you have to show it because a lot of people don't know. Put it up on the screen. Put it up on the screen with you, because a lot of people do not know what this is. And this is a go to your left a little. Yes.
There we go.
A lot of people have no idea what this controversy is, and I read a really fascinating article with the author of this book. So this was a Star Wars novel that was actually commissioned by Spectra back in the 90s.
Yes.
And an author wrote it, and it was going to be published, and all kinds of crazy shenanigans happened, and it was going to be the first part of a series of books. And the author had already written other books for Spectra, and he had his agent, and everything was happening, and that book was never, ever published.
That is correct.
And then it was this year put out, but unofficially. It's not it is not an official release. And it started to outsell the High Republic officially released Star Trek now. Star Trek.
Star Wars.
Oh my God. Star Wars. Sorry, Freudian slip. So
I have read I haven't finished reading Ishmael.
Oh, you should. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying it. I have a few pages left in that book.
But so this book, by the way, what's it called?
So, for viewers at home, this is The Heart of the Jedi. This was a book, like Rob was saying, this book was originally supposed to be released back in 93, 94.
Yep.
It never did.
It's a post-Return of the Jedi story.
Yes, it is a post-Return of the Jedi story. And I'm going to show it I wish I had one of the original books in the 90s. I have it up in my room, but I have a stack of Star Wars novels. I loved the Legends EU Star Wars novels. And
which used to be canon. They were decanonized.
They were decanonized by Walt Disney when they bought Lucasfilm because they want to start new and fresh. And that angered a whole swab of the Star Wars fan base.
Because they were canon for 20 years.
They were canon for 20 plus years, and they want to start new and fresh. And what frustrated a lot of people, and in my case, and I think, is that basically we wanted to, because there were many loose ends in the Legends stuff that was never finished because Disney canceled the works that were the books that were scheduled to be finished, but they never were. Now, this book in our case, this was a book that was originally meant to be released back in 1993.
Yeah, and it was going to be released. Everything was cool, copacetic.
Yes,
all of it was
exactly, but it never did due to office politics at Spectra. Now, the cool thing about this book, and I just want to show this for viewers, is when you check the spine of it, and I have a photo of it, and I had it next to...
Scooch it over to your left a little bit, because it's all... Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I had a photo of it
Camera left.
I was going to post it on Instagram of basically it's next to the True Subbuck Core that was released back in '94. I have an original copy printing of it, but I was putting next to this book, and you can tell that how the fans printed this is they basically printed it just like it would have been back in the early '90s.
Oh, it's okay. It's the best.
It's amazing.
And so
Amazing.
it was on Amazon. They put it out on Amazon, and it started to outsell. It's an unauthorized book. It's a total fan production, even though it was an actual officially licensed at one point Star Wars novel. Like, it was going to be published.
I'm just showing the page that explains that this is a fan printing of the book.
It's a fan printing of the book, but they put it up on Amazon, and Amazon was selling it, and it was outselling. It got up to, it was almost in the bestseller, and it was outselling the officially released Disney High Republic version of Star Wars books. And then suddenly, and there's a number of YouTube channels that have covered this, it was pulled off Amazon and taken down. Because
what I'm showing you is at the end of the book. So the actual story is about 435 pages.
Yeah.
So it's but at the end of the book, I just want to show you. At the end of the book, it has a little thing about the history of this book right here, and explains. And in the book is written by Flint, and Ken Flint, and Ken in here explains why this book was never published, and how the fact that internal office politics, in fact, ruined his career as an author. And then near the end of that mini story, you also have the editing notes by the guy who edited it so that this book would fit into the official Star Wars Legends or Expanded Universe canon by Joe Pagnamo.
No, it's an amazing story, and I read a whole article that was an interview with him where he explained what happened. It was incredible, and also in the book, which is really cool, I'm sorry to interrupt, Rob, is it has the Legends EU timeline in it. Mm-hmm.
So basically, and it has right over here, it explains where this book fits within the Legends timeline.
And by the way, all the Legends books before Disney took over had that chart in them. I mean, that was part of it. And Lucasfilm made sure that there was a reasonable continuity, and there was a continuation between one book to another, because there was never any thought. I mean, when Lucas did the prequel trilogy, he said the publishing division was like, okay, so here's a sliver of Star Wars history that we're going to reserve for George to make the prequel trilogy, but it was all incorporated. And when Disney bought Lucasfilm, look, here's the big mistake that they'll never understand. Hollywood will never get this because they're not fucking metal. Hollywood will never understand that. You know what they should have done? Like, if I was Bob Iger's assistant and he listened to me, and I used to joke that he did, but I've never met him. So Bob Iger they buy Star Wars for $4 billion. If someone asked me, I would have said, you know what? What's great is you've now acquired a bunch of source material that's already been written for you. And what you guys should do is adapt the EU. Like anyone else is like you've already got the books written by people who are fanatical Star Wars fans.
Absolutely.
Whether you want to start with Tom Veitch and the Dark Empire, or Timothy Zahn and the Thrawn trilogy. And you know what? The Thrawn trilogy, just move it forward. Like 30 years have passed, and now give us it would be. I mean, that's what you do, and it's so funny to me. But here's the problem: typical Hollywood. Bob Iger and no one at Disney, they don't They have no idea that there's a book series. That there's
I know.
you
annoying.
have an entire same is true of Star Trek. I mean, I
Yes.
pull my hair out. I watch fucking terrible, like awful since 2009. Awful Star Trek, and I'm like, I have literally shelves full of novels written by people who love Star Trek that are great. Yes, well, there you go. I mean, Next Generation. That, by the way, that DC run, they did a great job of the franchise, and it's like Star Wars, Star Trek. You know, you guys will buy a Tom Clancy novel. I have that too. I have that hardcover. You'll buy a Tom Clancy novel and make Without Remorse, and then not really adapt it, change it, but you won't. Your own Star Wars or Star Trek books that you already own, you won't use them as
it
source
doesn't make sense to me at all. It doesn't make sense to me business-wise.
Well, because
it
Hollywood,
would save you so much money.
But the thing is, when you hire here's the thing, a guy like J.J. Abrams is like, when you hire him, he gets paid to write a screenplay, an original screenplay. If he's adapting previously existing material, then the money is cut down. And exactly. I would say that the Star Wars, here's what no one will say. J.J. Abrams devalued both Star Trek and Star Wars by people who had the mistaken impression that he was doing something that was good.
Exactly, and that's what I said in my original letter I sent to you, and I figured it out. It was the episode when you were talking about Tom Cruise on the set yelling at due to COVID restrictions. I remember I finally figured out the episode.
Yeah.
But I was going to say that the problem is J.J. Abrams, like I said in that letter, he's the perfect setup man. He knows how to set things up.
Yep.
He's just really bad at figuring a way to end it. Like, he won't let it end. He wants to milk as much money as you can. And then I was listening to a Cameron Pasha stream, and Cameron Pasha said, JJ is a brilliant filmmaker. Why isn't he sitting down and creating his own original stuff?
Yeah.
Like Spielberg. Like his master.
See, I don't think J.J. Abrams is a brilliant filmmaker. I mean, I disagree with Cameron, and I like him very much. Mr. Pasha's, we streamed together. I love that guy. He's awesome.
He seems like a really cool.
He's great
guy.
But I have never seen any evidence that J.J. Abrams is a great filmmaker because he's never done other than Super 8, which really just emulates Spielberg.
Yep.
He's made two, in my mind. He cast them well. He's good with casting. Yeah. But he made two nonsensical Star Trek movies. He made two nonsensical Star Wars movies. Look, everyone wanted Star Wars to come back. So the world went to see Force Awakens as almost a point of duty. But
yes,
the whole opening scene doesn't make any sense. Who are these people? It doesn't make sense
at all. Yeah, it doesn't make sense at all.
Lars von Seck. Why? What? Why is R2D2 hanging out in a corner with a tarp over him? The hero of 6 other movies, and you're like, well, J.J. Abrams wants to make money. C-3PO has a red arm. The Millennium Falcon has a square dish. And none of it was story driven. It's all like, we want to make money. We want to make money. And now, J.J. Abrams, pre-Warner Brothers, pre-AT&T, convinced Warner Brothers to give him a $500 million deal. And he comes out of the gate going, I'm going to make a Superman movie, but the Superman's going to be black. And I'm like,
you have a black Superman.
I know. I
have
know.
a black, and I said that it's funny because I commented that on one of Uche's videos when he was talking about about the Snyderverse and the whole idea of black Superman, and he was upset that in the thing it said Kal-El, but it had the hyphen in the middle, like the line. And he got upset because he was like, I'm a black man or African American person. And why aren't you using an already existing black superhero in the form of Kelvin Ellis or Jon Stewart
or Val Zod
or Val Zod? You have
or
all these great...
Icon. What's so amazing to me is in this day and age, DC has an entire, let's call it, black universe. Dwayne McDuffie, the created that's where Static comes from, or as we know, it's Static Shock.
I remember watching the Static Shock cartoons as a kid. I'm 23, but I remember Saturday mornings watching Static Shock cartoons.
Yeah,
and same with Justice League United and all this, just Unlimited and all this stuff. Like, I think the problem is Warner Brothers has that universe. They have that built in.
Nobody,
DC
I'll tell you,
stuff.
They don't know this. The people, it seems crazy to say, but nobody, if you were to go to Walter Hamada and go, hey man, what about the Milestone universe? He would shine you on and pretend he knew. But he wouldn't know. I'm like, do you understand that DC has a black creator universe that was created more than a quarter century ago? Like, yes, you have this. It's there. It's been done. You've done an animated series. I mean, that by the way, that series co-opted but they don't know. They don't know.
No, they don't.
They don't know. And this is the problem. This is the problem with any of these studios that buy their franchises, and it fucking pisses me off. I'm like, you guys, whether it's Alien, Predator, Star Wars, Star Trek, you have a wealth of material to mine. And I'm like, do you know who the only person in Hollywood who knows this is? Kevin fucking Feige.
Yes.
Who all he does is mine these previously existing materials because his job in life is to make the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And you know what he thinks to himself? He goes, I think we should look to our comic books to inspire our films. We don't have to do exactly those things, but I'm like, Kevin Feige's like, I really enjoyed Ed Brubaker's entire run on Captain America. Secret Invasion. Oh wait, he created the Winter Soldier. It's unbelievable to me that everybody wants a shared universe, and I'm like, Kevin Feige
as person.
Kevin Feige knows all of this shit already. All of these other
he sat down and grew up reading this stuff,
and he also produced 13.
Star Wars, Star Trek.
He knows it all. He's a huge fan.
Of the Singularity, exactly. He's a member of the Singularity.
He is yes. He knows it all. And what's amazing to me is that no one else at all of these studio executives, they don't know shit about anything, because if they did, they would realize you already own all of it. But listen, I don't want to go on this. Hang on a second. Pat, show me your thing. Show me. I'm gonna rotate you guys out and bring on some more people.
But I was just gonna add
show it to me.
One last thing. This was a good story. And this is a good story about race relations in America. It took place in the 70s. You have Huckleberry Hound.
Yep.
It's a great story. And that's what I was trying to say is, and I said this in the past, if DC wants that Wakanda money, they want that Black Panther money, they have to, don't do a Black Superman. They should do a Jon Stewart Green Lantern series with Catman Tui, who's an alien. He is a black man. In one of the old Green Lantern books in the 80s, he talks about Catman and told to her that, look, I've experienced a lot of hatred on my planet because I'm a black American, I'm an African American man. Yep. I've experienced all this hatred. And if you're an alien and we were to get married, and because in this book talks about Catman just got murdered by what's her face, and then he's crying and the Green Lantern. That's your That's DC Comics' Black Panther story.
But there's nobody at DC that knows this. And
Exactly, and
there's
that is the
different. It's I mean, it's night and day. And what's funny is, second guess Kevin Feige all you want. He's the most successful producer in Hollywood history. And somebody I saw somebody online like that. Well, he's never won an Academy Award. I'm like, look, man, the comic book genre as films will never win. Not for a while yet, because it isn't something. It's not. And by the way, I agree with that. I don't think comic book movies are necessarily, and I love them. I have them. I have an entire shelf. I have like 60 Marvel discs that I have every Blu-ray, 4K, 3D version, and But the fact is, you're not going to convince somebody that doesn't find value. I mean, I think that Infinity War and Endgame are as much a triumph of fantasy filmmaking as the 3 Lord of the Rings movies are.
Well,
a lot of people.
Well, think of this: what Academy Award? What has been given to a superhero character? Only ones: Joker, Heath Ledger, Joaquin Phoenix.
Yep.
Name another superhero character that has been given an Academy Award. Or comic book character, sorry, not superhero.
No, but you're absolutely right. And the funny thing is Joker can be looked upon as a non-comic book film. It's about mental illness, you know.
Yes,
because that's how good the writing was in that movie too. That just shows you because you have to switch us out. I was going to give you final salute.
Fuck yeah, dude! Let's have a drink. Donnie, take a drag. Come on. Do a drink and then take a drink.
I'll drink.
And I will I'll find a way. I'll figure out a way to send my film so you can do a Elizabeth.
Oh yeah, no, put it on. Please, send it in. Gentlemen, I want to thank you for being on Midnight Fucking Metal on my birthday stream.
I really want to go to bed and watch this episode 12 of Trek.
Go watch it.
No, what is it? It's the Conscious. What episode am I on? The Conscious.
The Conscience of the King.
Yes,
with Lenore Caridian and Kodos the Executioner. Great episode. You will.
I got my dentist back into Star Trek.
Okay, I'm going to say this last thing and then cut me off. It was with you and John Campia, and
yes, sir.
You went through the saturation of comic TV shows, just TV shows, right? And there's even movies. There's so much fucking saturation, and it's all new. So you know what? I'm like, fuck this. I could wait for Invincible. I could wait on Jupiter and this. Let me go to something I've never watched before and start at the beginning. So that's what I'm doing with.
Fuck yeah, Donnie. Listen, I want to thank Donnie and Pat. You guys are imagination connoisseurs par excellence. Pat, can you say in Turkish, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear? All you have to do is listen.
Okay, I can say it in German.
Say it in German. That'd be great.
Jeden Person getrefft haben einen Meinung or opinion. So,
all right. Well, gentlemen, I want to thank you for being on my birthday stream on fucking Midnight Metal. Yes. I will see you both later. Thank you for being here.
I will figure out when that slip comes. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. 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 I want to thank everybody for being here. Pat and Donnie for being here, which was amazing. That means, of course, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, kind souls, gentle beings, however you identify, I will love you. You now can come on this show if you want to. Hang on. Brandon. Brandon is jumping on to Midnight Fucking Metal. Now, Brandon, vaping, Brandon. I can hear. We can hear sound. Do you have headphones or anything? Oh, I can hear you. Can you hear me? All right. Only question is, though, my only question about you is that I can hear the sound. It echoes of the show. Do you have headphones or anything like that? Oh no, dude! It's all okay. You're good now. Oh, I can. That's fine. We'll work it out. I'm gonna bring you on, man. I'm gonna bring you on. Thank you, by the way. Thank you, Brandon. Oh, nice. Well, hang on. Before don't wait. Anything you want to say, I'm gonna hold you to. I'll ask you to stop because I'm gonna bring you on the show. Because then I'm gonna give you the 6 degrees of all kinds of separation. And by the way, we hang on. I'm gonna put you in. Just put me in, Coach. I'm doing this live. It's gonna be all good. I like the lighting you have. Hang on. I'm gonna move you, scoot you over a little bit. Yeah, I like that. It's good. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome Brandon to Midnight Metal. Brandon, are you fucking metal tonight or what?
Let's fucking go.
Fuck yeah, Brandon. Okay, where are you? Where are you right now, Brandon?
I'm currently in Monroe, Louisiana.
You're in Louisiana. My God.
Yeah.
Virginia, Louisiana, Canada. I love the fact that we are international and, of course, all across America. Are you an imagination connoisseur, sir?
100%. Yeah. For
All
sure.
right. So, tell us the tale. When did you become an imagination connoisseur?
Well, I mean, ever since I was a little kid, honestly, I was telling someone in the chat. When I was little, I was really big into dinosaurs, and I was born in '87, so I was like 6 years old when Jurassic Park came out.
Holy shit!
That was
Sorry.
my Star Wars. You know,
I know, and I get that, and I have to. I've often told people that Star Wars showed us something we'd never seen before. So did Jurassic Park. When 100%. I saw that film and I saw Sam Neill get out of the car going, and he sees the Brachiosaur like taking, I'm like, oh my God.
Like,
I mean, that shit.
Head, like,
it was the way Spielberg shot it. He always kept the camera at humans level and looking up. That shit was. I was blown away. It was blown away.
Like, I mean, I remember back when it came out, I remember riding around with my dad, and it was such a big deal. And I remember some guys on the radio were talking about, like, should parents take their kids to go see this? And I mean, I remember, like, looking at my parents like, y'all better take me to go see this shit. Like, I don't care. Mm-hmm. And there were people, like, sitting around us in the theater, and I remember them, like, being in awe that I wasn't scared at all. They were like, how's he not scared? Because I was, like, 6, and my mom was like, he like loves dinosaurs.
Because dinosaurs are not scary; they're fucking awesome.
Right. Yeah, but then to answer your question, after that, I got into Spider-Man. I'm a huge Spider-Man purist. I fucking love Spider-Man.
Okay, well, can I stop you there?
Yeah.
When you say you are a Spider-Man purist, I mean, now we have multiple Spider-Mans. We've got Miles Morales. We an Oscar-winning Spider-Man movie, Into the Spider-Verse. Now we've got Tobey Maguire, we've got Andrew, and we've got Tom Holland. Mm-hmm. And so, as a Spider-Man purist, what do you want out of a Spider-Man movie, and what is your favorite Spider-Man movie?
Probably. I mean, it's like go-to, but I would say Spider-Man 2 is probably my favorite.
Right. Because Doc Ock.
After that, I love the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies.
Yeah, me too.
And I'm a huge, as I mentioned
Dude,
earlier.
my latest hot toy figure.
Nice. You
Come
haven't opened it
on.
yet?
No, I haven't. Yeah. I did.
But
I have a I don't even open them. I get them.
yeah,
It's terrible.
I get it, man. That Spider-Man 300, I bought it in '97 for like $30. Never opened it. Yep, there it is.
Amazing
And
Spider-Man 300, right?
I was actually going through. I've got a bunch of comics. They're in a bin. I didn't actually think I was going to get to talk to you, or I would have gotten them out. But I've got like almost the entire Maximum Carnage run. I was a huge Venom fan. I was born in '87. I grew up right at that time, right when Venom was coming out. I'm a huge Todd McFarlane fan. I actually just got this in the mail the other day.
Oh, yeah. How great is that?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's they only had a couple left in stock, but yeah, I'm a huge fan of Todd McFarlane. He's just an amazing artist, and what I wish they would do, and I no one talks about this, and look, like everyone talks about the Venom movie. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of it. I have a lot of faith in the sequel coming out.
Yeah, I think Andy Serkis. I think it's going to be good.
But can we just talk about Venom's design? And I'm a graphic artist, and design is a big thing with me. And why couldn't they have gone with Todd McFarlane's design? Like he needs the bigger eyes. I'm not a big fan of the skinny, teardrop skinny eyes that Venom has in the movie.
You know what? Here's the thing that I find interesting about, like, the one thing that no one ever talks about the Marvel Cinematic Universe that I think is unbelievable is their costume design.
Yeah,
and a lot of people are like, well, anyone who complains, I'm a lifelong comic book reader. I'm looking at a stack of my long boxes are so insane. It just, I want them all gone. I love my omnibuses and all that. But what I find so strange about all of that is that at the end of the day, you want comic book characters to look like they belong in the real world. And what the MCU has done is they're like, all these comic book characters, they live in this world that you live in, meaning it's self-reflexive for the audience.
right.
Thor, I was like, how do you... I watched Iron Man 1. I loved it. I thought it was great. And Iron Man 1, if you watch it, is actually a very small story. It's about one man trying to come to grips with his own shortcomings, and he's fighting his former mentor for the heart of his company. It's very personal. The idea that you would think, if you watch Iron Man 1, that Thanos is going to snap half the universe out of existence, that's insane. And that's what's the brilliance of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. But what I thought was amazing was, I was like, when I saw Iron Man, I'm like, how do you make Thor and Captain America work in that universe? Like, they made us believe in the Iron Man armor, but then Marvel made us believe in Asgard and Captain America and the super soldier serum and all that.
There's just a clear vision with them. Before Iron Man, all we had to go off of was like Blade, a couple Spider-Man movies, X-Men. The X-Men movies were pretty good, but they didn't really look like the comic book characters. They were that was back when everyone had to wear black. You couldn't be, even the Spider-Man costume had to be altered, which I'm a hot take, not a big fan of the Sam Raimi Spider-Man costume. The silver webbing. I don't know. I was just always never a big.
I know.
Big fan of that.
I know. So Brandon, I'm going to add another person into our chat here.
Yeah, go ahead.
And it is,
Cash.
and it's Cash. Cash, can you hear me? Well, I'm good. I'm going to add you in. I'm going to put you live on the show. If that's okay. I will. Is that okay with you? Well, you never know. People could be shy. Who knows? Yes. Well, all right. Hang on. I'm going to bring you in. Let me just adjust you and not cover us up. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kind souls, gentle beings, welcome Cash to this live stream, my birthday live stream. Cash,
happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you, by the way. Please introduce yourself to the audience and tell us, where are you?
Well, I'm Cash Kester, first of all. I'm a drunk in general, but I'm good with that.
Fuck yeah, man. It's fucking metal, dude. You know, Brandon
Fucking
seems to be
metal.
lucid. Let's be drunk
Okay.
together.
Yes. No, I'm drinking fucking tequila now at this point. Yay.
Nice.
I'm out of alcohol, so I'm just I'm drinking a Monster.
Yeah, but I would say your cogent commentary is more than welcome. So, Cash, where are you?
I'm in KCMO, Kansas City, Missouri.
Kent. Okay, and what do you do there? What are you doing there?
I'm currently waiting tables. I'm working on my own channel at this point. I'm trying to devise. Hold on, let me deliberate myself for a second. I'm trying to create connections with people.
Nice. And I think this brings you to creating connections. Now, Cash and I have been talking about, Cash, you and I are about to talk about what Brandon has been so eloquently talking about is the current state of the Spider-Man film franchise. Do you have thoughts on this?
I do. The current one, I do enjoy Tom Holland. Oh, that's you. Never mind.
I'm a little concerned, if I'm being honest.
Go ahead.
Multiverse stuff.
Me too. No, me too. I'm
Sounds good. It sounds good in theory, but I don't believe all these rumors. Like a lot of these YouTube channels are like that come up with these rumors and shit. But like, I don't know. They're talking about like Green Goblin coming back, and I'm just like, it's gonna affect the continuity of the Sam Raimi trilogy.
Well, no, you're referring to the Doc Ock comeback.
Yeah, and they're talking about Green Goblin coming back, and then
they're doing that too.
Andrew Garfield's saying he's not going to be in it, but yet Electro's going to be in it, and so I'm like, well, why is Electro in it if Andrew Garfield's not in it? And it just right now, I have faith. Marvel has not really done me wrong yet.
I know, right?
I have faith, but I'm a little confused, a little concerned, and we haven't got a good Spider-Man 3 yet. You know, it's like we didn't even get a Spider-Man 3 with Andrew Garfield because Spider-Man 2 was so bad, and then obviously the Sam Raimi Spider-Man 3 was really bad. And then
of course, Honda.
I know. Well, I think you're bringing up a good point, and first of all, I want to say thank you for the fact that we can have this conversation tonight at almost 2 a.m. Pacific time.
It's almost 4 where I'm at.
I know, crazy, right? And but here's the thing. I agree with you. Like, how do you make a great Spider-Man film? And no, go ahead. What do you what do you guys think makes a great Spider-Man movie?
Let Marvel do their thing, and Sony. This just reeks of like Sony wanting to try to force their Sinister Six idea from 8 years ago or however long ago, trying to cram that in. They're trying to rush to Sinister Six instead of just let this Spider-Man evolve into that later. Like, let's have him go through college and everything, and naturally have these villains. It just feels like they're trying to rush to Doc Ock and rush to Hobgoblin, and it's like just we'll get to that. Let us just get to that naturally and not try to. I don't know. And you've mentioned before, like on Campia's show about the multiverse. It's a slippery slope. It's like I have faith that they can do it right, but once you start doing the whole multiverse thing, and it's like it can. I don't know. It can go bad real quick.
I know.
But,
I agree with you, but Spider-Man in the multiverse, into the multiverse, with Miles Morales, won the Academy Award for Best Animated Film.
yeah,
And
but that's an animated film. You can do so much with an animated film.
I
you
know,
I mean,
I know, but it's all a tough thing. I mean, Cash, let me ask you: are you a fan of the MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe?
I'm a fan up to Endgame, and I did enjoy Far From Home, but I'm not a fan of
WandaVision and Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Yes, thank you.
Why are you not a fan of those?
I have problems with it because, like, I enjoyed it all for the most part.
Yeah.
However, yeah, like 4 great episodes of WandaVision, and then it just evolved to like, oh, we're building up these new characters, and then you got fucking.
it's like all these shows feel like it's just an entire show for these characters to get a new costume at the end.
Essentially, that's what it was.
Well, I have a little bit more appreciation of them, but I don't think you guys are wrong.
I love WandaVision and I like Falcon and the Winter Soldier a little more. I felt like WandaVision could have done, and I actually really, really loved the old sitcom stuff. But, but by the time they got to the end, I was like, yeah, y'all could have probably maybe not done one of these episodes of the whole sitcom thing because it felt like they just rushed the last episode. It felt like there wasn't enough room to breathe. And it really rubbed me the wrong way with the way like Monica Rambeau was like, they'll never
understand your try or
like, what was it she said? And I was like, what? They'll never understand what you gave up for them. And I was like, well, what? That was the dumbest line. Who put that line in there?
Well, yeah, I mean, look. What's funny to me is Monica Rambeau was when I was growing up reading comics. She was Captain Marvel.
Yeah,
she was.
I mean, for years, and I loved her.
Called Phaser, or I'm sorry, not Phaser, Phazon.
Yeah, Photon.
Photon. Thank you.
But that was way later, like in the '80s. If you like, she was the Avengers Captain Marvel. I mean, it was.
Well, no, actually, Carol Danvers was the Avengers Captain Marvel.
But not. I mean, my Carol Danvers, she was Miss Marvel. You know,
she was Miss Marvel after Captain Marvel, who was portrayed by Annette Bening.
Yes, but the thing was, like, Avengers Annual 10, which was the introduction of Rogue that Michael Golden drew and Chris Claremont, one of my favorite comics ever. You know, Carol Danvers, powers removed and all that. The Monica Rambeau character was Captain Marvel for a long time in the 80s, and I liked her. I liked her with her the black and white costume. I thought it was great, and I loved how they incorporated her, but I'm like, she was Captain Marvel for years.
Yeah, I didn't feel like they really fully explained her powers and how she got her powers.
No, I know. It was,
that felt just super tacked on to me. And that's what I was saying. I feel like they could have probably done without, maybe gotten rid of one of those sitcom episodes, because it went on for like 4 or 5 episodes.
Well, I think the real problem was that the sitcom episodes did not dovetail into the main plot enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it was the idea, like, okay, so she watched sitcoms, and so we spent 3 episodes. We spent
Cal.
3 hours or 3 half hours or whatever, and I agree. I mean, they were. Look, here's the problem. In Hollywood, that idea, and I heard it was a Kevin Feige idea, was everyone was so enamored of it, and they did it, and it was great. But for the rest of the audience and the story you're telling, was spending 3 episodes doing the whole history of sitcoms. Was that really good for your show? And I think it might have sounded good in the writer's room, but was it good for the audience? They could have done a Succession in 1 episode and brought us up like, what are we watching? And at the end of the first episode, they could have done the whole thing, because it didn't all apply to whatever. So.
Yeah, they were trying to do like their MCU's version of like Lost.
Yeah,
what it felt like.
I know. Yeah,
Especially
gentlemen,
with questions, a lot of questions that didn't get answered, and when you did get answers, it wasn't very satisfying.
No. What do you think, Cash? Were you? You said you didn't like it.
I disagree. They did that whole sitcom thing across 5 episodes. But then you had fillers where like, oh wait, Marcy's here now. Oh, good for her. And it was kind of like blank fillers. And then you got like the whole tease where it's like, oh, we're going to introduce something. And then we got a dick joke at the end of the game.
Right.
Ralph Boner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all that stuff. I mean, that was there was a lot of weirdness. Like, you can't. I was annoyed by the fact that if you bring in Quicksilver, that was so, like, what you're doing is you are breaking the fourth wall by doing that, and asking the audience to, and
it felt very un-Marvel to me, and I personally was hoping it wasn't going to be X-Men Quicksilver. I want Kevin Feige's X-Men.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. And what he's going to do, I have no idea.
When she opened the door and I first saw him, I was like, "Oh no! Like, do not bring in like the Fox X-Men into this universe." And I'm glad that they didn't. But that whole joke and everything was just, it just didn't feel like Marvel to me or MCU. It just was like, what was the point of that? Like. And why they didn't really the whole time he was walking around with her, like when they were trick or treating and stuff. Like I was like, why is she just totally okay with the fact that he doesn't even look like your brother? Like, it was like a one-off little line, and she was just like, "Oh, okay." Oh, yeah. Like, that's a really big deal. Like,
it was all weird. It was all strange.
That's a really big deal that y'all are just glossing over like it's nothing.
Well, gentlemen. I'm going to rotate you guys out and bring on some more people. I want to thank you all for being here. Both Thanks, Brandon and Cash, thank you both so much for
talk to you.
Being on fucking Midnight Metal. Gentlemen.
Also, happy birthday.
Thank you so much. And it's my actual birthday. I'm 2 hours in. You guys have made it great. Thank you all so much.
Happy birthday, Rod.
Thank you so much. And let me just tell Brandon and Cash, fuck yeah, you guys are fucking metal. Fuck yeah. And it's fucking awesome. Yeah, you can, but... Yes. By the way, they can't see you, but I'm listening to. Well, hang on. You know what? Yes, I can bring. Hang on. Before I do this, I'm going to bring you on once again. Now people can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. 2 things you missed, and I'm very Edgar Wright fucking fan.
He talked to me on Twitter this week, just so you know.
Oh, good. I'm glad. Actually, that's very special. Anyhow. When you were talking about the ending,
yes,
where like we thought Knives Chow should have been the ending. They actually shot that twice.
Yes,
there was a Knife Chow's ending, and then that got fucking scrubbed, and they went, "Oh, we'll go with the fucking what's her name?
Ramona Flowers.
Thank you." Also, it's the one movie or one franchise that has the Legend of Zelda theme song in it.
It's true.
Yes. And I was trying to get on last week's episode. I was like, God, I need to tell you this.
But you're not wrong.
Yes. Because Nintendo is very stingy with their copyrights.
I know. Yes.
I just want to say that. Thank you, Rob. Happy birthday.
Cash, thank you, man, for fucking being here on Midnight Metal. Yeah.
Hold on.
All right.
Fuck.
Well, you know who's here? Let me tell you. I got to tell you. The next person I'm bringing on the show is a woman who has sex on the brain all the time, which means she's a friend of mine. So thank God she is here, because, man, I mean, it's not a party if not is here. And I'm gonna bring her on. I'm gonna hang on. Just give me a minute or a second or 30 seconds while I figure out how to put her in the chat to make her. I mean, I want to make it worth her while. You know, I don't want to like, you know, make it something bad that she doesn't like, and she's gonna be like, "Oh, Rob, why'd you do this to me? Why?" So I'm gonna make her. I mean, come on, you know her, you love her. She's and by the way, something happened. You. God damn it! You've become you. It's crazy. You're just. I can't see you. You've become a blur of colors. It's crazy. The I was trying to I want to put her in, coach. There you go. Okay. All right. I'm going to put you in. Now, hang on. Now you're wow, suddenly you're huge. You've just become gigantic in the stream. I'm going to put you in. Hang on. And now, which is kind of crazy. Welcome to my birthday Midnight Metal stream. And by the way, we already know you are so fucking metal. Yes.
Hey, hi, Robert, happy birthday.
Oh my God.
Happy birthday.
It is very nice to be, you know, I'm really old. People laugh at me. They're like, "You shouldn't be in the YouTube space. You're that goddamn old." Yes, I am, but I'm good. So welcome to this stream, my God. It's great to have you.
Thank you, Robert. Robert, I want to sing happy birthday to you like Marilyn Monroe would sing happy birthday to you. I want to wish you so many happy returns. We love you. You are fantastic.
Wait, hang on. Wait. Are you going to call me Mr. President?
I'm going to call you
cuz I'd love that. Happy
birthday to you, Robert.
To you. Yeah, wait.
Happy birthday to you.
No, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
I'm just oh. Fantastic. That's what I've wanted for my whole life. Oh God. Amazing. Fantastic. No.
Robert,
everyone's like, what's going on there? It was all good.
Oh, Robert, I just am so pleased to be here for your birthday. You have been such a joy for all of us, and you've just been stimulating. You've been invigorating. You've, just lit my fire. You've,
oh my God,
momentum going. I mean, you've made this metal show something that people are talking about. We're excited. We're happy. We're being, we're pushing our imagination to the extreme on the show. And, this is all about creativity and fun And we're really just lucky to have, somebody like you that we can have fun like this and, express ourselves. So happy birthday to the man who's brought us so much fun and so much excitement and really kind of, set the sky's the limit for all of us. Thank you so much for this whole thing. We love it. Happy birthday.
You know what? That might be the nicest. Lots of people have hung names on me, but that might be the nicest introduction I've ever received. So thank you so much for that.
You are welcome. And I also wanted to tell you that I finally had a chance to see your film, Tango Shalom.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Did you like it?
I loved it. I wrote a review. I sent it to you in a letter, but it was incredible. It was incredible, Robert.
Oh my God. Well, I was just part of the team. But I have to say that I toot my own horn. I took but I'm glad to hear you liked it, because what's interesting to me about this film. So let me just so people don't necessarily know, but I produced and I edited a low-budget film that was shot in New York called Tango Shalom. And it was made for very little money. And like all independent films, it had a lot of obstacles. And when I was given the job, it was like kind of a mess. And they didn't know how they could make it work. And there was a lot of, and I said, I can make this work. I can take, and so I met the director, and he and I had a long sushi or sake soaked sushi lunch. And we worked for 4.5 years on and off crafting this film. And I have to say, Gabe Bologna and I, there was not one moment of the movie that we didn't, but he opened, like there were even scenes like to make this movie. I told him, I said, I'm not going to be done editing the film until I cut everything out I don't like. And there was a lot I didn't like. And I said at the end, I said, we have to reshoot a scene, or no, we have to shoot something that was never shot. And he goes, what do you mean? I said, at the end of the movie, there are these multiple religious leaders. And I'm like, the Muslim imam is not in the end of the film. And I said, what you need to do, and we had the Grand Rebbe reads a letter. I go, we need to cut to a scene where we see the imam writing the letter and we hear his voice, and we'll intercut it. And he's like, well, can we do that? I'm like, you have to do that. And this is what was given to me. Like I had so much creative leeway taking this little tiny, and they let me, he's like, okay, we'll go shoot it. He flew to New York and they went and shot it. And it was great. But so it pleases me that you like the film.
Yeah, it was lovely. There were so many beautiful things in the film. I think that it sends a message that we can all learn from, and that's very important. The film doesn't have any downtime, so you're always engaged in what's going on. I really loved that the writers chose to use dance as an inspiration in the film. It does have cultural significance, and it's beautifully done because we're seeing so many cultures in the film. And it's almost like a surprise, and it's not surprising, but it's a surprise. I don't want to be too many spoilers for people if they.
Oh no, I think this audience is not going like, oh my God, I can't wait to see Tango Shalom. Don't spoil it for me. Will Thanos snap his finger? Oh wait, no, Thanos isn't in it.
Well, to be honest,
I wish he was.
Well, I just had to mention how wonderful it was because I watched it with my mother, who is 84, and my mother grew up in Brooklyn. And watching the show and seeing the different things that were going on, it really was a true reflection, perhaps one of the truest reflections of, as far as I'm concerned, the Orthodox community in a situation given in the film. And I thought that also something that was really interesting is the innovation in the film. There's the idea of using some. I don't want to a spoiler, but let's just say that the balloon, has plays so many roles in the film. And I also think that it's very clever, but it's also very satisfying. There's this sense of fulfillment where you want to see, of course you want to see the success of this man, and for him to be able to accomplish his goal, to get the money to continue on with his yeshiva. But most importantly, you also want to see that dance. You want to see that passion in him, because he is a passionate man. He's a spiritual man. He's a man of God, but he also has a passion as well. And that comes across in the film, beautifully done. That beautiful ballroom dancer. She's a wonderful actress. She's great. I thought that she had a certain chemistry that pulled everybody together to make it seem very cohesive, and along with all the other beautiful performances. I just loved it so much.
Oh my God, let me just tell you, I wish I could bottle what you just said and put it in something in an aerosol spray so I could send it.
I wrote it in a letter to you so you can read
it.
No,
and by the way, I haven't seen that letter.
No, you haven't seen it. I only sent it tonight.
So okay. Well, thank you. So for people that don't know, I don't just yammer away on YouTube. This movie that I produced and also edited, I spent a long time working on this film, and it was a film that was done threadbare, no money. It was very difficult to finish. So it's a movie about tolerance. I mean, ultimately, it's about following your dreams, and it's also about people that might not have come together, but they come together behind a person and a reason or a belief. Like we can achieve more, and I liked that ideal. Like, wouldn't that be a good thing to do? And if you look, there's a scene from Tango Shalom. I actually asked the producers, I said, can I put this up on I love the scene between the imam and Jos, the Hasidic rabbi. I'm like, I love this scene. And when I was cutting the movie, it was very interesting. I'm like, I love this film. And there was a long shot where they're talking and I couldn't find the dialogue. And in that scene, I'm like, this scene will never work. I mean, I have to. I told Gabe, the director, I'm like, we have to have this long scene where they're walking with the flowers in the New York City street. Where's the dialogue? And I'm like, we could, like, of course we could have them re-record it. I'm like, no, I need the goddamn dialogue in this one shot. And Gabe's like, why are you so? Because I love this scene. I love what I'm doing here. It's got to be. Yeah, I need that. No ADR. We have to have the goddamn dialogue track. And so I called this because I wasn't there when the movie was shot.
Right.
And I called the sound designer. I'm like, I need you to tell me that you have the sound files from this movie you worked on 2 years ago. And he's like, oh, I do. And I was like, that's fantastic. Can you please just send me everything that you have? And he did. And I got all this material that they not to speak ill of the producers, but they didn't know why I would need it. So why would they save it? They don't, and it was one of those things where I'm just constantly trying to figure out shit. My favorite thing in making this movie was, so the movie, for you kids out there that want to make films, so normally when you make a film, you have a camera package, and the DP decides that we're going to use this camera to shoot the movie. And they did. They're like, it was a 5K red camera. But then they have to shoot the dance climax. Like, imagine if someone said to you, we're going to shoot the attack on the Death Star. And you've been using these cameras, but those cameras are too expensive. But now we're going to shoot the Death Star attack with cameras that aren't as good. And not only that, every different camera, we're going to give you 5 different cameras with different resolution, like 4K, 2.5K, 2K,
I can't.
HD.
I can't. I can't.
And so the entire dance, the whole dance sequence at the end, every single cut was different resolutions, and I looked at this and I said, you guys, do you realize that every camera that has a different resolution has a different color space? So if I'm going to cut something that was shot in 4K with something that was shot in HD, the color, we can't make the match.
Right.
You know, and so I'm like, you guys never shot an audience or anything. I'll say this right now to you. So there are cutaways to an audience clapping at the end of the movie.
Right.
That's stock footage from a Kiev talk show that was shot 15 years ago.
Yes.
Just saying. I mean, no one will ever notice. By the way, if anyone ever finds out this is the case, shh, I'll come down. Oh, wait, I already said it. What am I going to do? But I appreciate your very kind words. Thank you so much, because I worked for 5 years, I worked on that movie on and off. But at least you and your mom liked it. And that's all that matters.
I think a lot of people are going to love the film, and it has a universal message, and it's relatable to many people. You know, this was one of those circumstances where, while the idea of what he was trying to accomplish is very common, it's specific enough that, you know, it makes the celebration of, let's say, the Jewish faith and Jewish practice significant. So
Yes.
I also liked that as well. Dance and you know, dancing is central to the Jewish faith and celebration of the Jewish faith. So I think that comes out in the film very clearly. I also was going to say that I think it's very interesting. I almost felt like the woman who is, you know, she's a famous dancer from Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah, she was on Karina Smirnoff, who stars in the film. It was her first. She'd been in other things, but little things, but it was her first leading actress role. I thought she was quite good. I mean, and her even having looked at all of her footage, she was never bad. It was because she was. It's funny to say, people don't necessarily, they don't know how to play themselves. Mm-hmm. And she was actually playing herself, but she was from that. She's actually from Russia, and she. I thought she was terrific. I mean, watching her dailies, I'm like, one of the reasons I thought she was so good in the movie. I mean, she's even written a book about dating. and I thought she was wonderful. I mean, she was terrific, and it was her first role.
She's lovely. She's incredibly classy. She has a fire that is beautiful. I felt that she had wonderful chemistry with the other actors.
Yeah.
And also I almost felt as if she brought everyone together, like the dance and this dance, you know, this another artist who's bringing, you know, all the elements of everybody together in the story. So I really liked that part as well. And I felt that, you know, she herself, you know, has so much to give just in general to the film. You know, and that showed. One kind of very interesting thing was how she was so encouraging to Moishe, right? The lead characters. Moshe. She was so encouraging to him and essentially the family, because there was, for me, then one very interesting obstacle, and perhaps it's not really that. Maybe it is a common obstacle, but, you know, it's like you're up against something and you have to succeed, and maybe not everybody isn't as encouraging towards you.
Right.
And, you know, never at any point was she discouraging. She kept the confidence going for all of them and remained very professional. And I think that part of her professionalism and perhaps just her training and talent is what inspired them to say, we have to do everything we can to support him and
Right.
make it work. And we're going to, and they did in their different ways. You needed a space to practice. Here is your space. The community has to think that I disapprove of this. Here's my input. It was a group effort. So it was not something that he did on his own. It was the support of the community as well. It really was inspiring, Robert. And also, I wanted to say, in regards to the editing, the type of editing you did, with this film, it's not like where you're filming a sitcom and there are X's on the floor with perfect lighting everywhere, where people stand in one spot. Filming and editing a dance film, that is incredibly difficult to get the timing right, the shots right. All that stuff is an incredible amount of effort, and it shows. It shows that you loved this film. It shows that you had a love for this project.
Wow, it means a lot for you to say that, because yes, I mean, it was a very so there's a final dance sequence in the film. It took 6 weeks to edit that 2 minute, or actually, well, it's more. It's like about 4 minutes. It took 2 weeks, or it took 6 weeks to edit that sequence, and it was brutal. I mean, because there was so much footage that you had to go through, and it was like, it was very funny. One of my favorite movies is Apocalypse Now, and Walter Murch cut that film with others, but when you read, it took him 2.5 years to edit that movie. And when you look at how many cuts are in the film, and you average out what happened, it was 2.5 edits a day, like 2.5 edits a day. And I've always thought about that. I'm like, oh my God, like literally you work for a 10-hour day and you've made 2 cuts. And I was thinking, I was going through hours and hours and hours and hours, 4 different cameras to cut this dance sequence, and so much of it was terrible.
Yeah,
it didn't work, and I like, and you've got cameras crossing in between. It was and it was really, really hard to do. And here's the thing. Like, I'm glad you like the movie, but what's funny is there's a hierarchy of films, and Tango Shalom was made for very little money, and it was, it was two man's dreams, and we all came together and made it. It's still a movie, and the existential crisis that I feel in my life is like, okay, I turn on a camera, like right now, this show has been going on for 2 hours and 28 minutes.
Yes.
Tango Shalom is 115 minutes. I spent 5 years of my life working on that film. I've been on this show for 2 hours and 28 minutes. Is this show less valuable than a film that I spent 5 years making? It's still the same 2 hours of time. So, do I just go on YouTube and talk for the rest of my life? Or do I continue like the Netflix show Dota Dragon's Blood, which was called something else? I mean, when we were working on it, I still work on it. I get something I'm like, I have to do sound mix notes. Like, yes. I'm listening, I'm like, okay. And then I have to do notes on the 2-channel stereo mix and the 5.1. And so I'm like, I'm listening to the shows, and we're now doing season 2. So I spend a long time just thinking about the sound mix. But yet then with Tango Shalom, it's going to be at the Buenos Aires Film Festival. It's going all around the world. What do? Like right now, I'm in the Robservatory, which is a garage. And I'm thinking, I'm like, all of this equipment you see me on is the same equipment that I've edited 3 feature films on. And wow. And that one feature film, Tango Shalom, has gone all over the world, and it's going everywhere. And the question is, do I just maybe I should just stream on YouTube? Should I continue to make indie films?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. Yes, please.
Yeah, but on this, like, I didn't even conceive of this. I just, as an exercise, like, look, I self-published this comic book.
Wow.
We've been trying 15 years to make this into a show. It came this close with one of the great production companies in Hollywood. This close. I've been working this for 15 years. And I wonder, as I get older on my birthday, which, by the way, decrepit. I'm
No,
David
no.
Bowie in The Hunger. I'm like,
No, you're not.
Marion Blaylock is going to put me in a coffin and put me up next to her other lovers. Welcome them. Please be kind to him. I'm like, why the fuck am I in a cardboard box? I was fucking Catherine Deneuve just yesterday. Fuck that shit. I was listening. We were at a club listening to Bauhaus.
Yeah.
I'm with the most beautiful woman in the world, and yet now a day later I'm in a coffin in the what the fuck is that all about? I think to myself, you know what? I could have been John Blaylock. I mean, I'm like David Bowie, the thin white duke, coolest motherfucker. He wore linen suits in The Hunger like you cannot imagine. Yeah. And then one day he's like, apparently my lover of 300 years neglected to tell me that one day I would age rapidly and, like, you're going to stick me in a box and shove me in. Oh, wait, with the last of the lovers you've had for the last 2,000 years.
Who are these guys?
There's like 8 people that I didn't even know about. Like, and by the way, like, the movers were like, hey, lady, where do you want these coffins of the undead? Like, we're going to put them in your...
Her henchman, right?
Maybe she brought him in late night, and David was like, oh, honey, where have you been? Oh, don't worry about me. I was just
lay down.
Oh, I was,
comfortable in here.
As much as I love The Hunger, I'm still like, okay, how did this work? And I'm like, I don't care if I could be in. I wanted to be Susan Sarandon and have a lesbian love affair with Catherine Deneuve when I saw The Hunger, because who wouldn't? Who wouldn't?
I think I like the sense of immortality, but the dichotomy of the character played by Susan Sarandon, and I think I've said this with some of the people in the chat, is that, remember, she was a doctor, a person who went from saving lives to now taking lives. So it's a bit of a twist in the sense of how it changed her.
Okay, so wait. So we've got Jeffrey Mao, our chairman. But we can hear him. We can hear the live show playing. I can hear it. So I'm gonna bring Jeffrey Mao on. And now hang on one second. Perhaps before I do this, being that we're 2.5 hours into this and I've been drinking, I might need to drain the main vein. So I want you to stay here, and Jeffrey, I want you to stay here. So what I'm going to do is, if you would permit me to, I am going to just run in from the Robservatory and take... Yes, that's what I'm doing. But I want you to all gaze upon the power of Dieter Bastian. Look at this picture. And I'm going to leave this up while I go. If I might, all of you, give me 2 minutes. It's like Chuck Woolery on Love Connection. Give me 2 and 2. Oh, I'm back. Sorry. Oh my God, for real? Oh my God. Well, we're gonna put you into the chat, the chairman, Mister. You know what? How do you want me to identify you? Just the chairman? Why would I do that? Hang on. Let me just put you in. Let me just put you in, Coach. Isn't that the best? That's, by the way, that's a real picture. Yeah. Oh no, it's fan-fucking-tastic, that picture. I mean, it's amazing. It's just. I mean, you know, you can't. He's legit. He's not okay. No. He. No, I know. He's. As a music person yourself, that makes me happy. Well, you guys are both live.
Yes.
The
Robert,
chairman has joined us. My God. Let me just ask you, are you fucking
here,
metal?
dude.
Are you fucking metal, dude?
It's fucking metal that I am finally on Midnight Metal, because I've been almost a lifetime metalhead, and it's pretty crazy, because when I was in college at the University of Delaware, there was a Midnight Metal show.
For real?
On the college radio. Oh hell yeah! And I would actually listen to it. And I don't even know if colleges have midnight metal shows on their college radio anymore. I don't even know if there's college radio anymore. It's probably on the web and stuff. But yeah, I remember going to the local record store, scouring the records, trying to find anything, import CDs, whatever the heck. So it's pretty cool.
Can I just, for all of you who don't know, Jeffrey Mao, our chairman, also has his own video stream about his own physical media collection. And
I just put up one.
Well, tell us, where can they find you?
So my account's unlisted.
What?
But if you go, it's private.
What? But private? Like, if I want to go watch your, what I got this week, your Jeffrey Mao the Chairman collections? What?
If you go, so on Twitter, if you go to my Twitter,
yeah,
which is JEFFMAO74.
All right.
Pinned at the top is my playlist. And so that's how I know if anyone actually wants to watch it,
Well, fuck yeah, everybody should. Dude, your fucking thing is metal, goddammit. You talk about vinyl, you talk about Blu-rays, you talk about 4Ks. Everybody should watch your goddamn channel. What are you talking about? Well, if you want to watch it. Fuck that. Everybody should watch it. God damn it. Why are you not watching Jeffrey Mau's channel? He's the goddamn chairman. Why are you not watching his physical media channel? Come on, you must. You are here. You are on this show because you are an imagination connoisseur par excellence, and your commentary is valuable.
Absolutely.
And I just reviewed. And
Fuck
yeah! And I just reviewed my latest vinyl, which is actual legendary Norwegian black metal band Dimmu Borgir double album with like a full-size booklet. Not like that stupid shit that you get in the CDs. But
oh my God!
I've never seen anyone actually put an actual full-size LP booklet. Yeah,
but they can if they watch your goddamn YouTube channel. They can see it. Why is it secret? Do you have some HR? Do you have some you're probably a nice a man in your real life, you can't let anyone know you have some Norwegian black metal vinyl on YouTube. Like, look at this! Look at this! Come on! People are gonna be on to you, Jeffrey. Come on!
I'm a nice man. I'm a nice man. I live in the suburbs. I have a family. I'm actually wake up this early. I don't stay up this late. I don't even know how you guys can stay up this late. This is pretty. This is pretty metal.
Are you telling us this is the beginning of your work day?
If it was a Saturday, I mean, sorry, if it was the regular a weekday, well, it's not the beginning of my work day. I mean, I wake up this early because I got to wake up. I go to work, eat breakfast. Sorry, work out, eat breakfast, and then go.
Jesus
to work.
Christ, that's so not metal. Come on, you're staying up to party, right? It's my fucking birthday, Jeffrey.
It is a birthday. It's a birthday celebration.
Da-na-na-na-na-na.
I'm not even.
I do say it's my birthday.
It's a protein shake.
Well, Robert, you had your. Am I incorrect in saying that you had your first unboxing on Fully Articulated this week?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I love you. Just so you know, you're paying attention. I love that. Yes. So this week on Fully Articulated, so I got this. Oh wait, hang on. Wait. See, my. You know what's funny? My silver sphere rolled over my computer and caused it to mute. I love that. But so yes. You're correct. I had my first unboxing. I unboxed this, and I'm like Vanna White. Look at this. This was a yes. So you can watch it on the channel. This is what came. It was a head sculpt and costume, and it you can't really see it. Well, hang on. So for those of you who don't know, here is, like, behind me, I have a potpourri of action figures. Right here is a company that went out of business. They made an incredible John Lennon figure. And over here is the Jimi Hendrix figure that Blitzway made that I love. And to add to my band is the Freddie Mercury figure, where it did not come with a body. It just came with the head and the clothes. And this is the Wembley Stadium version. They also made a Live Aid version, but I thought to be more toyetic, you have to get that yellow thing. And I did, thanks to she mentions that I did do an unboxing video, just because when I got it, I took my camera and I'm like, I should do some unboxing. It was it was just a spur moment. I cut it together. It's on the channel. You can see that this Freddie Mercury figure, where it came from, but he also has a giant erect cock in his pants. It's a silicone. I mean, it just came. I had no idea, and I figured, well, why not use it? And it's, Well, hang on, hang on. Say that again. What were you saying?
I thought you were joking when you were showing us that it comes with a penis like that. I thought you were kidding. It actually comes with different stages of arousal, I guess you would say. For this, I've never seen that in a figure before.
Neither had I. And what's really interesting, so there's a company called Thyssen, and they make a whole wide array of bodies, headless bodies that are made of silicone, so they have no, normally there's no joints.
Right.
Action figures do have joints. And so Thyssen makes these very sophisticated, very expensive action figure bodies, and the inner skeleton, which is very, like Ray Harryhausen's stop motion animation, these beautiful, it's all stainless steel. And so when you get them, they're really heavy. And so the company, WinC, the company that made this, they made this figure and all of the pieces, the head, the feet, to fit on this one particular body. And when I got it all, I was like, wow. And when the body came different from this. And so I get this body, I open it up, I'm looking at it, I feel like this is very impressive. And there were like 4 hands and then a little wrapped package. Like some foam thing that was taped together. I open it up and
Thank God you didn't throw it out, right?
yeah, I know. I would have. I open it up and there's 3 male penises, and there's one that I could identify with, more of an acorn shaped, And then there's like a long and they knew what was so funny was in 3 different things they've identified with the entire human male population. The fact that I might not be, packing a howitzer, but they still made something I identified with in that thing. I'm like, oh, great. And then they made the long schlong, which is great. And then they made the erect schlong. And what I didn't realize is it's anatomically correct. So they've sold a lot of these figures for art classes because the stainless steel armature, they can pose them in a lot of different ways that action figures normally can't be posed into. And because they're silicone, they look real. So what I didn't know, because Justin from Justin's Collection said, here's what you need to get for the Freddie Mercury figure. I'm like, okay. It never occurred to me that these figures were used for anything else. Because in my mind, I'm like, why would anyone in art school want to use these? Oh, I don't know, to draw from because they're anatomically correct.
Yes.
I'm only thinking, my God, I just want my Freddie Mercury figure to be cool.
Are you going to get one of those figures made of yourself the way that Az had a figure?
Well, he had someone made them. I mean, I've had people like S Beam has been making one, but I have to tell you, to see Gary from Nerdrotic and Az, those figures, they're great. I was like, oh man, I mean, imagine with the girl figures, the boy figures, I could get into so much trouble action figure wise.
The
you need them to make Spinal Tap, and you need them to make and have the actual like silver schlong that the dude puts in his trousers.
they have made Spinal Tap figures. I mean, it's they did, and you're right. I mean, it's such a weird, like, I'll tell you this. This is my birthday. I'm having an existential crisis about, my life, and a lot of it comes down to collecting all of this stuff, and
we always talk about it.
I know, and the funny thing about it is, I'm like, I'm old, and I'm like, but my problem is, I think like, oh my God, look at this action figure. This shit's dope. My dad was like 150 years old compared to me at the same age. Like, meaning, like, my dad was totally tolerant, but if I said, Dad, so I just got this Freddie Mercury package, and I'm gonna like put him up on my wall right there, and he's gonna have great clothes, and I'm gonna stuff a fake dick in, that because it's silicone, it springs up and it gives an outline of his hard cock as he's singing, Radio Goo Goo. Yeah, so, and I'm like, and my dad would have said, "What the fuck are you talking about, Bobby?" And he would have got it. He's like, and then he was like, "So you want to buy an action figure that is anatomically correct?" And my dad would be like, "Well, I don't know quite why that is, but all right." And then he would have got it for me. But now, as a middle-aged man with one foot in the grave, I'm like, should I get this excited about an action figure that has 3 different pieces of genitalia?
You know, Robert, you do not have one foot in the grave, okay? This is 2021. And if you are, and let's say you're not 20 anymore, you're expected to just be as happy and as lively as you were when you were 20. So I'm going
to download that shit. I am. And I'm going to download it into a mainframe, put me on a generational starship. I will spend 1,000 years in stasis and just put me in Star Wars world for like 500 years and then Star Trek world for 500 years. It'll be great.
Yes, you are still, a vibrant man. You have a lot of energy. You keep things going. You are not.
What? What are you saying?
Not,
oh my God!
You are someone who's asleep at 3 a.m. in the morning. You know. So come on, let's just be real.
No, I'm just kidding, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, you're not. You're not one foot in the grave or anything like that. So,
Robert, like you said, imagine our fathers at our current age.
Oh my God!
Like you said, my dad and my parents. Like the amount of imagination connoisseur knowledge they had was 0. Okay, so I had to learn all of this stuff by myself. I mean, I had my cousin to help me, but I literally, being an only child, I literally learned everything that I currently love by myself. But I have my son, and my son's he's going to be 9 years old, and he's watched every Star Wars film. He's watched almost every MCU film multiple times. He's watched Clone Wars, Rebels. He's got Netflix, freaking Amazon Prime. He's got literally.
You're a good parent.
Yeah, I started brainwashing him early. His first film was.
Yeah, dude, that's fucking metal. The brainwashing of the children.
Well,
but you're giving him the good stuff. You're giving him the good stuff.
Yeah, but you know what's not metal? Being unable to take him to go see The Last Jedi in Taiwan because you have to be 6 years old to go watch a film in Taiwan. We were there in 2017, Christmas time. I said, man, I was looking forward to the whole time taking him there. What's more cooler than going to see Star Wars in Taiwan? Because
nothing.
My wife and I, because my wife and I had seen the Avengers. In fact, I had actually sacrificed about a month or so not seeing the Avengers here because my wife was pregnant. So I'm not going to go.
By the way, nicely done.
By myself. And then we went to see Avengers in Taiwan. That was the first time I went to go see it. So I said, man, I got to recreate this, taking my son there. And we go to the theater and they said, blah, blah, blah. So, but actually it kind of turned out better because if I had actually seen The Last Jedi in Taiwan, I would have been salty the whole trip. And then so we got back. It was December 28th or something and went to go see it.
Well, first of all, okay, what kind of society denies a 6-year-old kid like, yo, man, like you gotta be like you're 5.5. You can't like seriously. I love Taiwan, but this is problematic. I mean, we live. Here's Jeffrey. Let me ask you a question. I think that we live in a time where common sense, like we're all a part of the same world. What I always say that like. This desk that I sit at is a very thick Modernica case study Charles Eames like desk. And I've had it for 15 years. It has a really thick wood top. When I rap on it, hang on. I'll bring it down. Hang on. It's a thick wood desk.
That's the wood.
And I'm like, okay, so it is what it is. It's a real wooden desk. And if someone said to me, Rob, if you're going to broadcast from a desk, perhaps it shouldn't be that dense or thick. That kind of wood maybe you should make it your desk out of balsa. And I would be like, who the fuck cares, man? What difference does it make what my desk is made out of? Well, the government says we can't. So your kid comes in with you to watch a Star Wars movie, and some governmental entity says, well, your child is, 3, 4, 5, 10, whatever months too young. That's a fucked up world. That's not right.
It
Like,
is.
I would be like, hey, you know what? The Japanese count the time he spent in the womb, man. So I get 9 months. I get 9 months on you. Just saying. Even though my wife is not Japanese, but just because I know that 9 months, that means my kid can see Last Jedi. That's what the next time. Just mix them up. Just be like, they'll be like, what? What are you saying? That's right. And you'll just be like, yeah, that's right. You understand. So let's go watch The Last Jedi.
Rob, by the way, it's pronounced Sha.
Wuxia.
Yeah.
Oh, wuxia, you mean the genre of film?
Or yeah, it's not just genre film. It's the whole genre of martial arts, like the stories.
Yeah, wuxia. So it's not wuxia, it's wuxia.
Yeah.
Can you say it one more time?
Wuxia.
So just wuxia.
Yeah.
Wuxia.
Yeah.
Wuxia.
Yeah.
Not woo, wuxia.
Yeah.
Wuxia. I love that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like Zoo Warriors of the Magic Mountain or Woo the Magic Mountain.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which is why, it's why a lot of Chinese people weren't as impressed with Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon as Westerners were.
No,
because they've been reading that stuff all their lives as kids
and seeing all those movies they'd already seen.
It would be like, it would be like if like the Chinese made a Western style comic book superhero movie and then sent it over here saying, hey, look, Americans, are you impressed? We'd be like, we've been watching this shit all the it's the exact same thing.
Well, it's funny to me because I've been a fan of Chinese, whether Chinese all films, not just Chinese but Korean, Japanese, my whole life.
Yeah.
Behind me, or actually on this side, I mean, like this, my 7 Samurai action figures. They were made by a Japanese company called Alfrex, and you had to buy the box set. And when they first came out, they were $1,500 20 years ago. And I'm like,
Jesus.
So there was a comic book store, there is still, called Meltdown. I think it might have closed in LA. And one day I walked in and they would have a lot of consignment stuff. People put their stuff up to sell.
Right.
And there was the box set, the 7 Samurai box set made by Alfrex, and it was $750. And so that was for 7 figures. So it was basically every figure was $100. And I'm like, and I freaked out. I was like, I walked to the counter. I'm like, okay, like, who wants to buy this? This was only me. It hadn't sold. It was already there. And I was like, I'm going to go to the bank. It's a couple blocks away. I'm going to pull out some cash. I'm like, because, 20 years ago was a different thing. Normally I get PayPal or whatever. But back then it was like, no, I had to pay cash.
Back when you needed cash.
Yeah. And so, and you could only take a certain amount of cash. And I'm like, whatever. So I had to make some moves.
Yeah.
And I walk in and I'm like, I hand over to the $750. And they knew me. I went in there all the time. Yeah. And they're like, are you okay? And I'm like, no. And I'm like, just give me the box. And they take it down. And it's this, this big white box, and it was all those figures, and they're all wrapped in plastic. And the funny thing is, I think I've told this story before. So where I was living, I was actually married at the time, and we had a neighbor. We had a Japanese girl who was a neighbor, and when I got these figures, when you open it up, they're not dressed.
Oh yeah. I remember that.
And so it's all in Japanese. I'm like, oh my god. So I hired our neighbor Junko. I said to her, I go, and it was something I didn't like. She came over. We had parties all the time, and she comes over, and I'm like, I took her aside and said, "Hey, man, Junko, I need to ask you a question. Can you dress my dolls?" and I showed her the thing, and it was so interesting because she was interested in it, like the fact that she was newly here from Japan, and she's like, an American guys had this box of action figures and gives her a thing, and she did. She dressed them, and now I've had them for like 15 years or 20 years, and when I pack them up to move, I have to make sure that nothing gets untied. Like, oh my god, if something falls from these figures, what am I gonna do?
Yeah, because you can't put it back together.
No,
you gotta go find her again.
Yeah, Junko, thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Oh, wait, hang on. We lost. Let me put back in. Wait, we got someone new. We've got Kenneth Dam 83. Kenneth, can you hear me? All right, well, I'm going to put Kenneth in with, you're going to join me and the chairman, Mr. Mao, on Midnight Metal. I've just go. Well, that's fantastic. I'm gonna have to just give me a moment. I'm going to add you. I don't know what happened there, but I'm going to add you in. You're going to join us, Kenneth Dam 83. And don't laugh. Do not. It's all about the fun. Just hang on. I'm just putting you in. Let me put you over here and blow you up in a good way, just so you know. Yeah. So as I put you in, so ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, imagination connoisseurs, we have Jeffrey Mao, the chairman, and Kenneth Dam joining us. Please welcome everyone, Kenneth Dam. Kenneth, how are you tonight?
Well, this morning I'm very good. Metal greetings from Denmark, and happy birthday to you, Rob, as well.
Denmark, awesome. Where? First of all, I have to ask you. First of all, are you fucking metal, Kenneth?
He's from Denmark. He's gotta be fucking.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we're not Norway, but we're still a certain kind of Viking. So, but it's 7. I got up at 7 o'clock to join your stream, to watch your stream on a Saturday morning.
Nice.
I find that's kind of metal in my book, to be honest.
All right, I think it's fucking metal. It's now. Where in Denmark? Now I have to say, I spent 2 weeks in Denmark back in 2012.
Nice.
And I loved it. I was staying in. I don't remember. Where is Hamlet's Castle?
Where
I was staying was very close to that, in a town, and I was in Copenhagen for New Year's Eve and all that. It was amazing.
Yeah,
I loved it. I loved Denmark. Loved it.
Yeah, well, Denmark is kind of cozy. You know, it's
Denmark
is not the same as Norway.
Denmark is also an Oscar winner this year. Hello.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes. Trust me, we've heard when that sort of thing happens over here. We keep hearing about it. It's.
I actually saw the first. I saw the first Hobbit movie of the 3 Hobbit films in 2012. I went to downtown Copenhagen, and I was there with a girl I've known my whole life, Sina Woodruff, and her daughter. and I went to visit them, and we went, and I had the best time. I had the best time in Denmark. I was there for 10, 12 days, and it was fantastic. I loved it.
That's enough time to kind of get a lay of the land. But the thing is, you've been over on the island.
Uh-oh. Did he freeze up?
Kenneth, you've frozen. My God.
Frozen mid-sentence. Oh, man.
What can you do, Kenneth? But I love that still frame. I hope you're hearing us. Please come back. Come, or as Prince said, come back, Nikki, come back. Where are you? Oh man, I want to hear more. Hang on, Kenneth. I'm gonna send you out. Come back in. Hopefully Kenneth will come back in.
You have a certain kind of.
Wait, are you back? Well, hang on. Before we'll see whether Kenneth comes back or not. There are so many super chats and so many things. Doc Savage sends in the super chat and says, "You're a celebrity of mine, R&B bro. Stay savage, Rob." Well, thanks, Doc Savage. I appreciate that. Kaz Graphics, our friend Kaz Graphics, the official cheesemonger of this channel. Kaz Graphics says, "Happy birthday, stay metal." Well, Kaz Graphics, let me just tell you. Do you know why do you know what I did tonight? Do you know what I had for lunch today? I had Elizabeth gets crazy meat sent in, and grass fed, whatever. So they make hot dogs, and so I took 4 hot dogs. And I shredded the Beecher's cheese that you sent in, and over the hot dogs. And dude, I cooked it up because it was a quick. I had to go between streams, and let me tell you, Kaz. Okay, I don't think people understand how good Beecher's homemade cheese is. And Kaz, I don't know if he works for them or he just knows them, or maybe he is Beecher's cheese. But Kaz Graphics, I mean, he sent me this glass. I mean, this is from his graphic design company. This is my favorite glass I've ever had. I drink from it all the time. But when he sends us this cheese, man, I'm telling you, it's unbelievable. I don't know what happens. It's crazy. But anyway, so Kaz, thanks for that, saying happy birthday, stay metal. Thank you very much. Anyway, my point was this. Beecher's homemade cheese is great, and Kaz Graphics sends it to me. Thank you. It's amazing. And by the way, if you're not eating Beecher's homemade cheese, just try their signature. Don't take my word for it. Eat it yourself. Don't listen to me. Just do it. Anyway, so the chairman, Jeffrey, Kaz Graphics said thank you. El Necron says, happy birthday. Is it really personal between Warner Brothers and Snyder now? Well, I would say that the articles that came out, yes, it must have been.
They just don't like him.
What do you think,
They just
Jeffrey?
got some. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious that. I mean, they've been shitting on him even during the whole Justice League promotion. Trying to put a Godzilla versus Kong on the same week. I mean, he's got to be looking at it and saying, "What the fuck are you guys doing?" I mean, come on.
Especially because Netflix has rolled out the red carpet for him.
Yeah,
and it was like, you guys. He's like, I didn't. You guys came to me. Like, you want me to make, and I think that it's unbelievable. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I think it's I mean, it's such a shame because I do wish that he could go back and finish out the at least make another one, but at this rate, I mean, I don't think so. Not with the current regime over there, which seems like it seems like Snyder like personally insulted them or like he did something to just make like at least like the Hamada faction there just hate his guts.
Yeah, I know. Terrible.
Yeah,
It's terrible.
I mean, the only chance is if The Rock can get Cavill back, but then it wouldn't be a whole other movie. It wouldn't be a whole extra movie. It may, at the most, Cavill might show up in like a Shazam film or something like that. But that's like a glorified cameo. Why would Cavill want to waste time
again? Yeah, you're absolutely right. I don't know. I mean, it seems so strange and short-sighted. By the way, Ron C sends in a super chat and says, "Rob, happy metal birthday." I just finished watching Zombies vs. Strippers for free on fullmoonfeatures.com. Tomorrow, Ginger Dead Man vs. Evil Bong remastered for free. Man, I miss the 80s. Have a great weekend. Oh, by the way, look who is back. Hang on, I'm gonna put back on. Hang on.
She's got her.
Yeah. Wait. I can hear you. You're.
This is like when you call into sports talk radio and they tell you to turn your radio off.
Oh, I know. It's so weird. I'm gonna put you back in. Hang on. Well, wait. You can hear me, right? Now, why can't I see you? I can't see you. Oh, wait. Hang on. Just hold on. Just wait a moment. Now I can see. It's like Carol Marcus. I can see you, but I can't hear you. Please help us, Jim. That's real deep cut Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan bullshit. But okay. I'm putting in. Hang on. Wait. Let me move you. For those, this show, this late night show, I thought it was just a funny, weird lark, but you know what? It's turned into something better. Please welcome back again. Welcome back to Midnight Metal.
Hey, glad to be back. Hi.
Okay.
Hi.
Okay, let me just finish reading. Ron C sent in a super chat, and he says, "Rob, happy metal birthday. Finished watching Zombies vs. Strippers for free on fullmoonentertainment.com. Tomorrow, Ginger Dead Man versus the Evil Bong. Remastered for free. Man, I miss the 80s. Have a scenario weekend." Let me ask you both. What were your go-to exploitation flicks back in the day?
I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker.
Ooh, that's a good one. All right.
Yeah, I love that one. I loved it. I saw it. I was actually working in the movie theater at the time, and I saw the billboard about it. I didn't know anything about this film. And then when I saw it, I realized, I said, this is fantastic. To be able to have that much fun with this, to be able to just push the limits and just express everything you want to say in the film and just go with it. You know, no one was saying this shouldn't be made. No one had an objection to it. It was just having a laugh and entertainment value and, you know, just being able to be creative artistically.
Right. Sure. So, Jeffrey, what was your go-to exploitation film back in the day? A movie perhaps you should not have been watching because you were a proper boy.
Well, I don't know. I'll tell you what. I actually didn't get into like exploitation films until only a couple years ago, really. But
what?
I would say, I mean, is like Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer considered exploitation?
Yeah, dude, that's some hardcore shit. Good for you.
Yeah,
not exactly a fun experience watching that movie, though.
But yeah, because I think a lot of it was that they were hard to get, and at the time during the VCR era, and I probably was just watching pretty much the usual sci-fi, action, adventure, fantasy stuff.
Yeah.
And so exploitation was not on my radar, but last few years, started going around the streaming, and then I discovered Jalo, the Japanese Pinky stuff. Of course, Uncle Jess. So so I got a lot of stuff. So a lot of the stuff that I bought was exploitation. When I started to get back into buying more physical media, thanks to you, of course.
I cannot confirm or deny it's my fault. Just saying.
Rob, Rob, I have a rant about something that is unfortunately not metal. Is what you brought up earlier about whoever the heck that was complaining about there's not enough representation, like in, say, Lord of the Rings.
That was the actor who played Liu Kang on Mortal Kombat, the new Mortal Kombat.
First of all, I mean, my point is that I go to watch Lord of the Rings so I don't have to see the real world. Why do I want to see the real world represented in a fucking fantasy film?
Yeah, it's escapism. It's enjoyment, escapism from the reality of a crazy place.
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny to me because here's what I don't get. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but my first inclination is to believe you might be of Asian descent.
Yeah.
Okay, so that said, I mean, my God, I'm a huge fan of Hong Kong cinema, Chinese cinema. There's there's decades worth of films to watch. So much beautiful work by so many people. I'm like, are you not watching these movies? Like, like, where's the representation? I mean, my God, I've wanted to be Tony Leung for 25 years. Like, I'm a white Jew from Seattle that wants to be an Asian man who wears beautiful linen suits in every movie he's in, whether it's in The Mood for Love or Hard Boiled. And I'm like, there's so many movies you can watch. Why are you angry? Like, wait, what?
Yeah.
You don't know who Tony Leung is, do you? I have an action figure coming of him soon. And they look at me like I'm out of my fucking mind. I'm like, really? What? Like, look, and I love representation, but my God, please know world cinema.
Yeah.
Like, please know the world that's already there. Like, if you want to see yourself in a movie, you can find yourself in a movie. There's so many you can find yourself in. Well, I need to know exactly. No, I'm an Asian American from Cleveland that lives in this suburb. I want to know what it's like to live right here, right now. Like, bruh, come on, dude. Like, for real? No one wants to know what your 5-block radius has in store. Nobody cares.
No.
And it's so weird to me. Like, I don't understand. The Asian film industry has been vibrant for the better part, well, mostly post World War II. But my God, what amazing work!
Yes.
So, to say that you're not watching these movies, and I want more representation. I'm like, bruh, like, there's a lot. Like, why not watch? If you want to see Chinese people or Japanese people or Indonesian people or Vietnamese people,
they're out there.
You can watch movies made by those people in those countries that are all about. What's great is they're usually all about, whether it's a comedy or a drama or a horror film, they're actually about the countries they take place in, which is why they're good.
I also want to add something to this. For years, growing up, I watched, let's say pretty much rebroadcast films, Asian films that were dubbed in English for many, many years. And I'm not talking about one or two. Like, I watched so many, especially, of course, I watched a lot of martial art films because I'm a big fan. But even so, whether it was martial arts or not, they were dubbed terribly.
Terrible.
Right. It was awful. And now, as you know, let's say many years later, getting the opportunity to, let's say, finally get a proper copy of these films, to look and see what they're actually saying, it's like watching a brand new film, because you know the words that they're saying to one another, they really do matter. You know, it's they were just so chopped down, not in content for the video, but in content for the audio. Let's say the audio tracks were so botched that it's practically not like you're not watching the same film. In fact, I would laugh and say, I would look at the description of the film in IMDb, and it would say, this is a film that takes place such and such, and this one. I said, that's not the same film. That's not what happens in that film.
Yeah.
But it was. That's exactly what happened. So I'm finding that I'm going back, even like the Godzilla films, I have to go back and rewatch it, because the meaning of a film that has actual meaning to it, I have to, you know, re-educate myself on what this film actually is saying, or what people are saying to each other in the film. So that kind of like a little bit of a disappointing fact that I saw the originals not the way that they were supposed to be, let's say 20 years ago, but it's okay. You know? It's all right.
I have a good example of that. I have a good, so finally get to actually see the Criterion Bruce Lee set, right?
Yep.
Where I can actually hear Mandarin, but they changed the subtitles because I had the old DVD set. So in Enter the Dragon, where Bruce is in Rome, and he's going to meet his uncle and his cousins and all that, and then so they ask him, so how's things been? So where do you live? So in the old DVD, like the subtitle just says, "Oh, I live in the country now."
Right.
Because you know, in American content, they don't know what the fuck's going on, like what Hong Kong is like, right?
Right.
But in the new subtitle, he says, "I live in the New Territories," which the New Territories is like the country part of Hong Kong. But if you don't know Hong Kong, you have no idea what that is.
Yeah.
So like the subtitles get, like you said, dumbed down because of the context.
Yeah, and I mean, I hate that. I think that one of the biggest hang on. As I put my Jameson bottle down, one of the biggest frustrations of the modern age for me is, like, I've been a geek or a nerd all my life, but I haven't been a nerd. Like, I had a very social. I had girlfriends. I played sports. I skied. You know, but one of the things that has weirded me out is that to be a geek is to be detail oriented. Like, you want to know everything. And not because you want excellence. Like home theater, you want to know the transfer's good. Like, you want to know somebody who spent a lot of time transferring this film, that they knew what they were doing. And if they didn't, you ask yourself, well, you motherfuckers, why are you so incompetent? And now, by the way, there's a lot of people who are. There's less people in home video that know what they're doing than ever before. And that's why there's so many recalls and discs that aren't done correctly, or this, that, and the other thing. And it's like, how hard can it be? Well, it's hard because you can't pay experts. You have to pay them every day. And the studios are like, why do we need them? Well, because they don't know, like I always say on my channel, the corporate interests have nothing to do with the product they're selling now, which is so weird. Like, Disney needs movies and TV shows and all this. So Disney has Pixar and Marvel and Lucasfilm over here, and Disney's like, give us the new thing. We don't care what it is. And we're all like going, well, we want to make it as good as it can be. No, I don't care. Well, we really don't want to release it. And now Disney is now restructured, and Disney's like, they're like, there's a middle guy going, word distribution, please, we're going to take what you've been making, and they'll be like, no, and they're like, hey, did you guys want this? Here it is. Thanks. And they'll be like, well, it's not done yet. And then they'll get fucked. This part will get fucked because they are not paying attention to the very product they're selling.
I really hope they don't fuck with our Lord and Savior Kevin Feige.
Well, no, he's beyond reproach. He's made more money than God. I mean, what would be great is Kevin Feige comes down from the mountain. He's like, well, I really like this new 12-inch data figure that Exo6 has made. I mean, it's a first and there's 2 head sculpts. Isn't that great? I'm like, Kevin, it is great. But so what's with the Marvel Cinematic Universe? I mean, like, he's beyond reproach. But what's funny is adding an extra layer of bureaucracy means that he has to even deal with it at all.
But
like, why? Go.
Does
sorry.
he have, like, in his contract, maybe, a clause that says maybe he has final creative control or
I think he does. I don't know exactly, but if you're Kevin Feige, if there's one man who earned his position in Hollywood, it's Kevin Feige.
Yeah.
He earned it. He is the most successful producer in Hollywood history, and everyone still bitches like, well, and people say to me like, well, Rob, I mean, it's only a comic book film. Like, how seriously can you take it? I'm like, for me,
Seriously,
I never delineated. Like, I love comic books. I have a stack of long boxes I'm going through so high, and I'm like, it's like Luke going into the cave in Dagobah. What's in there? Only what you take with you.
Yes, but if you're creating, let's say you create a comic, let's say you're a comic book writer, a comic book creator.
I self-published this, just so you know.
Yes, like what I mean is, like, let's say hypothetically a person is a comic book creator, and the effort that you put into making a comic book, which requires so many different elements to it, it's not the same as creating a film, but it has several elements to it. So you mentioned earlier this week, you were talking about how a lot of, let's say, the Hollywood machine may not be that happy with a person who's a showrunner, but also a director, but also a producer, but also a writer, also, an art supervisor. That's not necessarily something that they're comfortable with, because now all of a sudden people are losing all these positions. But most importantly, perhaps the reason why he's doing this is because he knows if he doesn't do this, the work is going to suffer, and he doesn't want the work to suffer. Right. And we know what happens when the work suffers. Not only do we end up with a product that a lot of people are not as pleased with, but honestly, it kind of, can actually make a studio or an organization lose work. People are out of work, and that enjoyment you got from the original IP, you're
right.
So I guess, I think that what was interesting about it is I think that from the outside in, it may look like this person wants to control everything, but it's almost like he almost has to have more control over this, because if he doesn't, and something goes wrong in the story, like one of those 5 elements that goes wrong, you're going to end up with something that, doesn't quite hit the mark. And we have great expectations. It's true, as fans, we have great expectations from creators.
Yeah.
At the same time, they have to be given the ability we have to trust them in their decisions. And that's why we're big fans. We trust Feige. Like, we trust his decisions.
Well, no, you're right. I totally agree with you. I mean, that's exactly right. The funny thing is like, we're in the midst of a massive fan Marvel backlash. There are people that are complaining about everything. I look at WandaVision and the Falcon and the Winter Soldier as really amazing efforts. Now, are they 4-star efforts? No, because there's a lot of iterative nature, or they're changing things as they're making them. It was their first 2 shows out of the gate. They're really important, and they were tweaking. But still, as compared to other television, they're both amazing shows with unbelievable ambition. And whether they succeeded or not, you still have to give it up for the effort. I mean, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I think it was so cool that the notion of using a retro style for each episode, which I think a lot of people would say, well, why are you doing that? Is it necessary? You could just hear the talk, right? The chairman like back and forth in the pitch room of somebody saying, what we're going to do is we're going to have like the first few episodes where it's in different decades and everybody's going to dress in costume. And I'm sure this must have been somewhat met with a bit of resistance, but I think it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I don't think it matters so much because, 10, 20 years down the line, people are going to look at those episodes and say, wow, that was really innovative. Even whether they like the final outcome or not, it's something new. And this is something that I think a lot of fans can appreciate, is that they're taking an effort to explore something. To people are saying, where's the creative parts? This is something that was new. It was fresh to me. I felt like it was fresh, even though
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, just even being able to do that, filming it in black and white, the little touches they put in there, the clues, there's always going to be Easter eggs, but, can you imagine the notion of telling an actor or an actress that they have to play the character in 5 or 6 different, iterations in one series? I think a lot of actors would be quite surprised having to completely change their look, a completely different decade, a completely different approach, even as she grows as a person, let's say, or as a woman in the story. I think it was fresh, it was new, and it certainly kept people's attention. No one was saying, I don't ever want to see WandaVision. People were talking about it. People were talking. So if anything, I think that was definitely a step in the right direction.
Yeah, totally.
I would say that Feige still has carte blanche, but the next 4 or 5 years are very critical for him because he has no obvious leader in the MCU. Maybe it was going to be Captain Marvel, but now who knows if she's even going to be the #1 star in the next Marvel's film. Captain America, well, when's the next Captain America film coming out? Not for a couple years. So so if he has any misstep, the problem is that if like the Eternals flops, if Shang-Chi flops, I'm pretty sure Thor and Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, they're going to be fine. But if he has a flop or a relative flop, this might be the chance.
Which, by the way, he never has. He never has.
Yeah, I know he never has. But the problem being is that if it does happen, it might give a little bit more ammunition for Chapek or whoever the other guy is.
No, it's true. No, you're absolutely right. But I think that
let's bring back Robert Downey Jr. Let's bring back Chris Evans. Not sure about Black Superman. I mean, Black Captain America.
I'm with you 100%.
We need $1.5 billion, man, because we ain't got Star Wars. We don't have Star Wars. Avatar is screwing up. I mean, they're looking at the bottom line. I'm not seeing many billion-dollar films from Disney in the next couple of years.
I think you're exactly right, but I think what the real problem is, the industry has to step back and go, not every movie is going to make $1 billion, and if you spend $200,000 and you make $800,000, that's a hit. That's a thing. And the MCU has set their own. Well, in a way, they've tied their own noose, because their movies are so wildly successful. And when we watch WandaVision or Falcon and Winter Soldier, we're like amazed at like, oh my God, I watch it. My life is not changed. It was an amazing show, but oh my God, I didn't know what was going on. My personality is now transcended. I'm not part of the corporeal universe. I mean, no, that's not what these shows are supposed to be. They're supposed to be what they are, shows. And people are coming out of these things going, I want my life to be changed. And I'm like, well, no.
Not yet.
No, why do you expect these shows to do that? Well, because. I'm like, because what? So that's the world we live in.
Yeah, they need to watch independent films if they want their lives to be changed. If you want to be inspired by creatives, if you want to, watch strong messages, if you want to see something from someone else's real point of view, watch an independent film.
Oh,
That's what they need.
Now, both of you, since you're here, I would like to ask you questions.
Ooh.
So, if I can't get this right, Waki sends in a super chat and says, "Happy birthday, Rob." Well, thank you very much. I'd love to know your favorite erotic movies.
Ooh.
I'm not. That's what or scenes in movies. The Hunger blew my teenage mind when I saw it. Arigato. This is a pretty good. I love this question. Well, Wakizashi, I hope I got it right. Great question. And by the way, I think if I can just say this, I used to love erotic films. I was a horny little kid growing up. I mean, I was really a horny little kid growing up. So I love films with sex in them. But what was interesting, if you move into the 80s, we live in a surprisingly chaste world, according to our pop culture. I mean, I grew up thinking, nope, I thought the whole world was the 120 Days of Sodom, Pasolini's movie. I'm like, they're kidnapping kids and they do horrible things to them. I'm like, isn't that what sexuality is? Oh, wait, no. It's romantic.
I got a good one. I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's definitely one of the earlier ones I saw was The Thief That Cooked the Wife and His Lover.
Oh, my God, dude. That's Peter Greenaway. Oh, my God. What'd you think of that shit, man? That is some hardcore shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't my favorite, but it was like, that looked interesting. Let me rent that and watch that.
What'd you think?
Yeah, because that was who was in that? Helen Mirren, right?
Yeah, Helen Mirren was right. A lot of British actors.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much anything with Helen Mirren in which she gets naked is I'll consider erotic.
Yes.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty much the usual ones like Basic Instinct, Fatal Attraction. Yeah, I'm sure Urmlum has a better answer than I.
No, there's no better answer, but I get it. I mean, how do you feel about? I think that, I miss eroticism.
Yeah.
Like you can log on to Pornhub or whatever and watch all the kind of hardcore kinky shit you want to watch, but I don't see that as being erotic. I mean, the act of doing it is erotic. The act of being a person that wants to experience that and whatever, that's fine.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like, you ask yourself, what do people want? Like, how do we find someone for us or them or whatever? And now we live in a world where, like, all of that has been so demystified. What do you do?
Even Bull Durham was just sexy. I mean, you don't need like porn. You just need something. You just need sexiness.
Yeah.
Did you guys like the Blue Lagoon?
Yeah.
What's not to like? I mean, it's like young Brooke Shields, and I didn't love. I think Randall Kleiser directed the Blue Lagoon, the man who directed Grease. But I the Blue Lagoon to me was not real. Like, at the time, to be honest, I had a girlfriend. At 13, we were doing bad things to each other, or good things. And it was all fun, and it worked well, and we were probably doing things we were way too young to do. But when you see the Blue Lagoon, you're like, it's all romanticized. I'm like, here's two perfect people. Why don't they fuck and perpetuate the species? Like, why am I listening to a pop song and all this? I'm like, guys, you are who you are. She's hot. You're hot. Let's fuck and continue the civilization and work hard. What's wrong with that? It was trashy even for the time. Yeah, it was not good. Not good.
Did you guys like the Emmanuel series?
Oh yeah, Emmanuel 1 and 2. Emmanuel 3 is a bastardization. Where's the eroticism? They're like, oh, well. And by the way, Emmanuel 2, masterpiece.
I even like the story of O. Am I getting that right?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
That was like a Skinamax or.
Oh yeah,
Showtime
but
or
that's
something.
Corinne Clary, who, by the way, gets eaten by dogs in Moonraker. Just so you know.
Yeah.
She's the star of Story of O. But Emmanuel, I have a box set. The DVD box set. When I was married, my wife and I, it was like our go-to. We'd have friends over and play techno music. We always threw on Emmanuel. I know. Well, so Emmanuel was playing, but it was techno music. We didn't have, at our house. Because people love that shit. So that was the... Yeah, so people are like, is that a music video? I'm like, well, kind of. It's a real-time music video. This is 15 years ago, 14 years ago. I'm like, it's all good. My ex-wife loved Emmanuel. She loved Emmanuel 1 and 2, which was good. It was good. But
have you ever heard of a film called Threesome?
Oh my God, dude! You mean with one of you mean with Alec Baldwin's younger brother Steven?
Yes.
Are you kidding me? I can't believe I love Threesome. It's so good.
It's so good. It was so good. It was so good. Oh my gosh. And it was like, it was at a time in my life when I was in college, and like you could just, it was a fantastic film. Very free.
Lara Flynn Boyle. I mean, okay, Threesome is so good. I think that Andrew, the man who directed the Craft.
Yeah, that was also very good.
Threesome is so good. Oh my God, I love that film so much. I'll tell you a story. So, I was producing the documentary for The Usual Suspects.
Yes.
And to his credit, Kevin Spacey said, I will participate, but you have to get all the rest of the suspects and Bryan Singer. And I have to say that, and people talk about Kevin Spacey, but he was a stand-up guy that for us, he said, look, I'll do what you want, but I don't want to be, I won 2 Academy Awards, don't make me the focus of whatever you're doing. And I'm like, fine, I'll interview you, and because of that, we got all of the suspects and Bryan Singer. And it was amazing. And Stephen Baldwin, who stars in Threesome, it was very funny because when I met him, he's very intense. And we interviewed him in Vegas, and I talked to him. I said, before we start, I got to ask you, what was it like to make Threesome? And he was like, oh my God, thank you so much for asking me. I love that movie. I had so much fun. I felt I did my best work. And he's like, blah, blah, blah. And everyone's looking at me. They're like, well, the small crew, they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, are you going to offend him? I'm like, bruh, no. I'm asking him about a film he made before we got here. And he likes the fact that I have asked him about this film.
Of course.
Because no one would. It's great. It's great.
I thought it was honestly what a threesome is supposed to be like, in my opinion.
Okay, all bite. What is a threesome supposed to be like?
Well, the thing about it was that the reason why I liked it so much is because they really did care about one another. So it's hard to make a connection unless you live with, if you have roommates in college, which a lot of people do, unless you're accustomed to living with other people like this, it's very hard to make that connection with people at the same time. I mean, you know what happens. Someone gets jealous, this person pairs off with somebody else, and then
I know my vast, extensive experience with threesomes. I mean, I could write a book. I wish. I've been in 2 in my life. Oh, wait. Well, Elizabeth, are you watching? Wait, hang on. I'm kidding. Actually, 3.
It was actually, it was, I mean, honestly, this was some of the best acting I've seen. They were making love on that screen. It was love. They loved each other. This was an intimate connection, a deep, intimate connection that they had, and it didn't matter. Like, they all needed each other. This was something that was so intense. I think that I would want to stay in that relationship forever. I would never want that to end.
No, I agree. It's Josh. It's Steven, and it's Laura from Bloya. And Alex. I'm so drunk now. Alexis Arquette's in it too.
Yes.
He plays like he's or he or she rest in peace, but he was like the what do you call it, the PA or the count, whatever. I can't remember.
It's okay.
But the film is so good.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good.
I thought that it was a grown-up approach to it, because they're young, and to have such a mature relationship at that young of an age was very daring. Maybe you might see something like that with an older group, but for 20-somethings to have experienced something like that, they were really lucky.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And what I find strange about the world today is that you can log on to Pornhub or RedTube or YouTube or wherever the fuck you want to go to, and you can see anything pornographic you want. And yet, even in that movie, like for me in high school, the end-all be-all was to kiss a girl. And then you'd make out, and then you'd spend 3 hours trying to figure out how you could get up her shirt. And by the time you finally did, her parents came home and you had to leave, and you're like, God fucking damn it. I just figured it out. And the girls, I can't imagine, the girls are like, it took you 3 hours to touch me where I wanted to touch me? Like, for fuck's sake, kid. What the hell's going on?
With the person, too. Like, even if you know them, you still have to, like, read the person. And they may have been giving off signals to say, no, it wasn't.
I know. Look, I know. It's so weird. I mean, the idea is we don't communicate. This is a failure to communicate.
Yeah.
And it's like the world would be a much better place if we just talked to each other. Mm-hmm. Like, for the most random shit, you never know. You never know.
Yeah. I would have loved to have been the actress in that film. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, well,
that would have been like heaven.
I don't deny that it would be.
Nowadays, you can't even get nervous about calling a girl because everyone has cell phones.
You can't. Like, it's so weird. It's so bizarre. Now you can't even go up to a girl. Like, here, I'll tell you something. I had a very distinct MO in my early days in LA to meet girls. Yeah, and here was my MO. Here's what I would do.
Okay.
I would saunter up to a bar, right? And I would lean on a bar, and invariably there would be some beautiful woman who would walk up to that bar and wanting a drink or whatever. And there would be multiple douchebags of various levels of douchebaggery that would show up and usually throw down a line. And they would say some stupid shit. And I would just be like, I'm sitting here nursing my drink, watching what's up. And this girl's beautiful. I mean, she's like, my God, who wouldn't want to talk to her? And she's rebuffing, like, her many suitors. Like, they're, and none of them, I'm like, God, man, I'm a man. Why do you have to be, what's with the lines? And please, you're ruining my chance to be cool. Your shit, you're so stupid and so dumb. Please shut the fuck up. They never would. And I would, so finally, long story short, the girl would look at me. I'd look at her and I'd be like, hey, and then I would say something that was directly relating to, like, some guy said, listen, I own a house in Tahoe, and I'm president of a multinational aerospace company. Why don't you come back with me? We'll go to the Santa Monica airport, and I'll fly you in my jet up to Tahoe. That's what is going on. I don't know any of this is happening. I have no idea. But that's what's happening.
Yeah.
And finally he, like, goes to take a leak, and I just lean over and I look at her and she smiles at me. I'm like, let me guess. he promised you the world, didn't he? And she's like, how did you know? I'm like, if he didn't have the world, what else does he have to offer?
Ooh.
And then like I'm just talking shit, right? And because I've heard this stuff, and she's like, and I'm like, look, I don't want to get between you and I or anything, but I'm just saying, like, normally when someone meets you, they're like, let me buy you a meal. They're not saying, we're going to land on fucking Mars together. And you and I, come on, like, oh my God. And that guy was promising you the fucking Utopia Planitia. No one's going to do that shit. I didn't say that. I'm trying to be cool. I'm still saying, like, look, I'll just buy you a cup of coffee. Why don't we go do that? Sometimes it would work. Sometimes it's like, oh my God, we're going to Mars. Like, really? I mean, oh my God, like, whatever. I'm like, wow, you don't even know how beautiful your face is, but whatever. Okay, good to meet you. That's the world we live in. What can you do? I'm like, babe, we could have gone to Mars, but you stay with that dude. Like, where are you going to go? Anyway, wait, I've got so many super chats and things.
Yeah, you got to read those.
RoboQ, man, sends in a beautiful super chat. Thank you. Happy birthday to RMB. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. Dude, he's going to make me speak Esperanto. All right, hang on. Esperanto is a fake. Okay. It's
not a fake language.
Well,
it's a manufactured language.
It's a manufactured language. It's a hybrid of English and Spanish. And they really thought at some point, like, well, in California, it's going to take hold, and that will be the national language of California. Kind of like the way Catalan and Spanish are.
Or like Blade Runner, or where they speak like a...
city speak, mishmash. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a mishmash of Chinese and Japanese and English and something like that.
Yeah. I don't know if I can ever pronounce it. Okay. Felicican... Oh, man, I can't. Robo G, man, I can't. He says, I can't speak this. Felician Nakisjagagan. I can't. But Robo G, man, I want to thank you for supporting the channel. I would love to know Esperanto. I don't know it. I'm sorry. Wakazishi became a member. Stubble McShave says,
hey, Stubble.
FYI, yesterday, the filming on season 1 of World of Times wrapped. One year after the... did I not say that? Wheel of Time. Pardon me.
Yep.
How can I not know? For fuck's sake. Wheel of Time wrapped. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jeffrey. 1 year after the intended wrap. Well, they finished. Good for them. They were delayed 2 times because of COVID. They started filming in September of 2019 with an intended wrap of May 2020, but now it's in the can. Season 2 starts filming in 2 weeks. Well, that's good, because here's the thing. I feel a kinship or an appreciation for all imagination connoisseurs, and there are people that they're so obsessed, like Stubble McShave. I worry, I feel like
They're one of us, Robert. They're one of us.
I know, but here's what I think I need. When Stubble McShave, I don't care where he is in the world. Oops. But if you're gonna watch Wheel of Time, I feel that I need to be there with an IV and a paramedic crew, and if Stubble is watching, I'm gonna be sitting there watching every moment. I'm like, and then the paramedics are like, "Do we go now?" I'm like, "No, we have to wait." And Stubble will be like this. He'll be like this. He'll be like, like watching the show, and everyone's like, "Well, he's not moving. Is he dead?" I'm like, no, he's just concentrating. He's not dead. He's not.
Is Stubble doing reviews of of the Wheel of Time? Like, is he doing a review for
Oh,
us?
I'm already making a channel.
Okay.
Yes, I expect, and for no other reason, he doesn't even know this. I'm going to announce this. By the way, for imagination connoisseurs watching this, there's a new show on the Burnettwork hosted and talked about by Stubble McShave. Watch this. Stubble's going, you haven't told me anything about this. That's correct, Stubble. I
Sorry.
made it up now. I mean, I made it up. You, sir, are going to do a weekly Burnettwork show reviewing each episode of Wheel of Time.
I would love it because he's so passionate about it. I mean, why not? Why not have someone who believes in the work to do something like that? I have a question. I have one other question before.
Before your sun burned hot in the sky.
Yes.
I have awaited a question.
I want to know both of your opinion about a film that I find incredibly sexy, but there's no actual sexual activity in the film. It's the Age of Innocence version by, is it Coppola? It's
Scorsese.
It's Scorsese.
Yeah.
And I personally felt that the sexual tension between the lead character and of course it's Michelle Pfeiffer who's in it, right?
And
writer.
Yeah.
I thought
or as they used to call her, why don't you ride her?
Okay.
She dated a lot of people in the 80s
She's
and 90s.
a beautiful young girl, and I think she still got it. So as far as I'm concerned,
I love her. I think she's great.
Yeah, and the reason why I love the film so much was because of course, the sexual tension between the main character and Michelle Pfeiffer, and I thought that was one of Michelle Pfeiffer's best performances.
Yeah.
She's done many great performances, but it was they were so deeply in love.
Yeah,
and there are some scenes where he takes off her glove, like from her hand. He looks at her hand, he takes off her glove, and he kind of just puts his hand on her. Just to feel her skin, because people were more heavily clothed then to touch her bare skin. And then there's another scene, it's implied that they are having is it fair enough to say it's so I know that in some films they imply that someone's having an affair, but you don't actually see the affair. So it's fair enough to say that he's having an affair with Michelle Pfeiffer in the film, correct?
I think so. Yeah.
What do you think? You agree? Can you
Yeah,
hear
I think so. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen that movie.
Okay.
Why not?
Yes. Okay, so they're in love and they're having an affair, and his Winona Ryder, or its character, May is her name. It's not so much that I mean you have mixed feelings about all the characters. This is a little different story. You have mixed feelings about all the characters because I personally find that each one of them is in a transition point and they're not ever truly settled in their positions. What do you think?
Yeah. Yep.
So when people are in these transition points in their lives and they can't, it's not like the threesome couple where they knew where they were. They loved each other. And nothing was going to keep them apart. In this particular situation, their problem is that they're trying to please the society around them. They're trying to please, the New York circle of 18, whatever it is, or 19, whatever. And this, what could there, it could, so many different things could have happened in this scenario. But when Archer feels like he has to give up Michelle Pfeiffer, which would be, I don't think any man on earth could give her up. I'm sorry. Because she was so dynamic, she was so beautiful. She clearly connected with him on a spiritual level. They got each other. This was, even the family jokingly saying things like, well, you should have married her, and, or like the innuendos about it. And then of course at the end scene where, he wants to ride with her back to Penn Station or something. And they said, oh no, she's going in our carriage. So you two can't be together.
Yeah.
You can't kind of snoogle, like when he goes to pick her up, I think in one of the show, at one point in the story, I have a feeling that woman, this sort of unofficial matriarch of the group, knew that they were together. Like she knew, and then the idea that Newland Archer thought he had to compete with that other jerk, that guy who was like sniffing around her, the thought that he felt he had to compete with that guy meant nothing to her. He meant nothing to her, but he just was so blinded by things. And I still can't, I think that the character that Winona Ryder played was trapped in this whole thing. And she's going to play the game from beginning to end and then just leave it alone. Like maybe that's all she wanted. That's her decision. But the love, that sexual tension between Michelle Pfeiffer and Newland Archer's character was just,
extraordinary. I mean, it was great and so well done. A lot of people think Age of Innocence is low rent Scorsese, and I'm like, are you kidding me? That movie, I saw it on a screener. I was blown away by that. I love that movie. I own it now, but I think it's great. It's so great. I mean,
what do you think, the chairman? Did you have any comments about the film?
Not specifically. I would just, I wish we would see more Scorsese films that are kind of like of that, where he was going off and doing kind of different genres.
I agree.
With Last Temptation of Christ and Age of Innocence. I mean, I guess this new one he's doing, Flowers of the August Moon, or I think it's called as like a Western.
I don't know why it's cost $200 million, but okay.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, it's a Western.
I know.
How much can a Western cost? But I mean, and of course he's kind of running out of years, unfortunately. But hopefully he stays on as long as Clint Eastwood, and want to see something a little bit different from him.
Yeah, I do too.
In the beginning of the Age of Innocence, the Newland, the story starts where he's going to a party at a friend's house, and inside of the parlor are all these sort of like nude paintings, which I guess for the time would be considered extremely racy. You have to kind of like put it into context of, a person having the audacity to essentially put, like a naked photograph, a full frontal naked photograph of a woman.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Walking to their home. I think, that is sending a message. He's not a private collector who's saying, well, I have a very special piece, but I keep it, in the back parlor or whatever. He's letting you know that he is going to enjoy being with a woman, and he wants you to know that he's going to be with many women. Like it's an implication in the story that while it's in plain sight, no one's really going to talk about it. We're going to just walk right by that painting and not say anything. So I think that in regards to the exploration, something else, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, something else too is that sometimes
please say more, because I must once again, I have to take a leak.
Oh.
And we have super chats to deal with. I want the two of you give me another, like Chuck Woolery.
Okay.
This is also my cue. I do also have to leave.
Go.
You do?
All right. Well,
oh my
Jeffrey.
God. When you say leave, you mean like go to the bathroom or what?
No, he's got to go. It's 4 in the morning. You're. Well, so Jeffrey, hang on.
7 o'clock here.
I will say yes. What I will say goodbye to you. I want to thank you so much for being here tonight, and for all of you, Jeffrey. Tell me, how do people find your YouTube channel, your physical media YouTube channel?
Like I said, if you go to my Twitter.
Yep.
JEFFMAO74. And I want to thank. There was already I think Eric Stevens followed me. So you go there, Jeff Mao 74. At the top of my pinned tweet, I have my playlist for my videos, and you can subscribe to me there. You just have to. That's the way in. So.
Well, I love your videos, and thank you for adding to the tapestry of the Post-Geek singularity. It is very great what you do. You're an old school member of this. It's great to have you, and thank you. Having you tonight was fantastic. So thank you for that.
All right. Talk to you later.
All right, go to bed. I know it's late, but thank you for being here. All right, so let me just. I have to change all. Suddenly, I have to change everything. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. And let me ask you this. Wait. Oh my God. What the hell? Everything is wrong. It's not what I wanted it to be. I don't know what I've done. Hang on. Let me change all of it. Why you somehow are not here. You were here, and I don't know why. Hang on, no. Let me just put you on. Look, watch this. Do you want to see something cool? Look at this.
Sure.
There you are, full frame. Well, it'll be a little delayed. Just hang on. Just hold
Okay.
on. It's going to be just a bit delayed.
Okay.
But it's fantastic, right? You're
Yeah.
lovely. You're lovely. So why shouldn't you be full frame? God damn it!
Thank you.
I mean, you've become, you're one of the like, what do you want to call it? The mainstays or the foundational members, or what should it be? But what really it should be is, my God, I still have to pee so goddamn bad.
Then you better take care of it.
I should, but I just want to make sure you look good in the frame.
Oh, thank you.
And I'm going to make sure you do that. So there's someone else here. I
Yes.
don't know who they are. And let's see who they're. Oh my God, Black Philip Alvarez is here.
All right.
Okay,
all right.
so what's up, son? Hang on. Just now you've made me. I'm going to add you to this incredible. So while I drain the main vein, can you, Black Phillip, and can you guys hang out together
Yes.
and
yes.
make sure? Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Now I'm just making sure, because I'm now going to drop Black Philip Alvarez into the frame. Oh, look, he's drinking. I love it. Oh my God. Oh my God. So hang on, like Black Phillip, I'm just gonna make sure that you're in the frame correctly. So hang on, and let me add you. Please welcome Black Philip Alvarez.
Yay. Hey.
Black, can we hear you? No, we can't hear you.
No, I can't hear him.
We can't hear
He's
you.
on-
Hang on. I didn't look in, because before I leave to take a bit of a whizzer, I have to make sure. Black Phillip, where are you? I mean, you're here, but we cannot hear you.
I can't hear you talking, Black Philip Alvarez. Is your microphone on?
I'm sure it is, but for whatever reason, he is not. Oh, what?
Uh-oh.
Oh my God. You know what he's doing is he's forcing me to wait before I touch myself and feel liquid coursing through my urethra. I mean, my God, it would feel very good right now. I know people are like going, wait, what, Rob? Well, basically, I just want to pee. That's it. You understand.
Oh, dear.
I know. Black Philip Alvarez. I mean, and by the way, he's gone. So if someone else wants to come in, they could steal his place. Well, I'll tell you what. I just need to run. Just real
You better
quick.
go. We'll be here.
Quickly. And you, please.
Yeah.
Here's
Yeah.
a question. Here's a question.
Yes.
As a music fan,
yes.
here's my question to you. Before I get back, please
Okay.
offer your opinion. Where is pop music at right now?
Oh, yeah. That's a good question.
Yeah. So right.
Yeah.
Where do you feel American or British pop music? I mean, Duran Duran's going to release a new single on the Billboard Awards, but where is pop music now, as you feel about it now?
Yeah, that's a very good question.
Okay, before I'm cutting off my sound. Give me 2 minutes. I cede the floor to you.
Yes. Got it. Okay, great. Yeah, pop music. So, as some of you may know, I'm actually review electronic dance music live events, and I am a big fan of music in general. When it comes to pop music, it's been kind of hard for pop music over the last year, with everyone not being able to go to events. And a lot of times you would see a lot of potentially artists that were going to break out on a lot of these shows. So we haven't really been seeing that as much. So it's very hard to gauge where pop music is going, because we're not getting those cues that we would normally see. Even the way that music is presented or produced to people in general has changed so much. We don't have radio station promotions the way we used to have them. So it's very hard to see where it's going. I mean, I do still think that Billie Eilish is still, a fantastic artist who we're still going to hear so much more work from. And I love her work. And I think that, she's only just begun to scratch the surface of her career. But I'm also a huge fan of Lady Gaga. And I think somebody like Lady Gaga really, has defined so many fantastic iterations of herself, but also of music and entertainment in general. She's an incredible performer she can sing, she can dance, and she can act, which used to be known as a triple threat in Hollywood. So I think that a lot of the future is going to hold true to really be determined by a lot of action she might take in pop music. But I'm also hoping to see more stuff from artists like Bruno Mars, who I think is one of the most talented artists that we've pretty much had in this generation. I think that he has some really important elements. He respects, pop music in general, but he also likes rhythm and blues a little bit, and that adds a lot of flair to his ability to express himself as an artist. And I think people want to see a show when you see a pop artist. You want to be entertained by that artist as well. So like Lady Gaga, he's very talented. He's a showman, and he's able to, present himself in a way that is beautiful. I don't think we want to see artists necessarily making statements anymore. So, look, Robert is back. Robert is back. Hey, Robert. Is he back on? I can't hear him. Hey, how
well
are
done. Oh my God.
Can you take a breath?
Wait, hang
now?
on. Let me just my old bones hair. Yes.
He's back. He's back.
So I missed your treatise. I don't know what you. Oh wait, hang on. You know what? So Black Phillip is back.
All right.
He's black. Black Phillip is back. Hang on.
I can hear him.
Hang on. No. Wait. I have to put. No. Just wait a second. Your technical. I'm going to. I have to change things and cut you out of here, and add you. I've got to add you again. So, and you're back. Fantastic. Hang on then, kids. We're going to add Black Phillip Alvarez into this chat. And I, by the way, as a true Texan, dude, I know that I'm just going to say, by God, can I just say how much I love this community? We have the best community on YouTube. Please, everyone, welcome Black Phillip Alvarez.
Welcome.
Okay, now we can hear you. Yeah. Yes.
No.
Uh-huh. That's right. You get it. You understand.
I love Lady Gaga, by the way. I love Lady Gaga.
Well, I mean, how can you not? I mean, she's a monster. Get it? Hang on. So, you guys, people have been sending in super chats, and I don't even know if they're still here, but I just want to say, so Robo Q-Man sent in a super chat and
fellow
said,
Texan, by the way.
Oh yeah, it said this is terrible. Happy birthday to R&B in Esperanto. I can't even. Felacan Nagi Gatachon. I don't even know. And he says, Image, Shatner, and Incubus, just saying. So, for those of you who don't know, William Shatner was in a film called Incubus that I believe Joseph Stefano, who created or worked on Outer Limits, made. And it was like the only movie made. Esperanto was a new made-up language. It was a mishmash of, well, as Gaff said in Blade Runner, city speak. No, it was English and Spanish. So that's what Robo G-Man was saying. Bruh, thank you for supporting the channel, but I can't speak that shit. I don't even know. It's so hard.
I believe it's a Robo Q man.
Yeah, well,
fellow Texan, by the way. Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you. I just like that he's here. Thank you for on my birthday stream. Thank you very much. Wakajashi became a member. Thank you. And you asked a question earlier. Stubble McShave says, FYI, yesterday the filming on season 1 of Wheel of Time wrapped 1 year after the intended wrap. They were delayed 2 times because of COVID. They started filming in September of 2019 with an intended wrap of May 2020, but now it's in the can. Season 2 starts filming in 2 weeks. Okay, for those of you who don't know, Stubble McShave is a Swedish man who is a foundational member of this community, and no one, I mean, he has an obsessive love for Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time series of books. And Robert Jordan passed away, so it was turned over to someone else. I love the fact that this channel has a man that is more excited for an adaptation of his favorite book series. I mean, this is why I love this channel and I love all of you. Because Stubble's obsessive love of this franchise is exactly what imagination connoisseurs are all about. You must be obsessive and love what you love forever, eternally, no matter what. That's what Stubble McShave's love means to me. It means life is good. Life is good. If you love shit that much, like, oh my God, it's kind of like, I don't want to embarrass myself, but, there are things that I know, right? Like, I've never done it before. Have I never embarrassed myself before online?
We'll see.
Anyway, Anonymous, probably Anonymous is smarter than we know. Anonymous says, every person that you meet has a story to tell. All you have to do is listen. Okay. Oh, my God. Okay. My God. Hang on. Okay. Omnis homo vobris occurrent.
Oh boy.
Nerar fabulum habet quicquid.
Trolling you.
I know it's all. He's probably made me say. He's probably made me say, "Fuck all those cancel culture motherfuckers" in Latin. I tried it. Anonymous, by the way, love you. Thank you.
Birthday.
I know, but no, it's fine. No, that's the best time. Troll me, but he probably said something beautiful, and I can't read Latin. Magic K says, "Happy birthday, Rob. I wish you would have a great day." Well, you know what, Magic K, I am having a great day. I'm 4.5 hours into my great day with these two lovely people. I got and I got drinking. Black Philip Albert, and so am I. By God, and by the way, I'm moderating a panel. By the way, can I just say that I am moderating a panel at noon with it's a horror film convention, and I'm moderating a panel about a documentary called it's called VHS Massacre 2 TOO, and it's a documentary. It's a documentary about the home video industry and Joe Bob Briggs. I mean, I'm talking to Joe Bob Briggs.
I love Joe Bob
and Lloyd
Briggs.
Kaufman
Takes me back.
And by the way, for those of you, it's funny, I have not promoted this, but look, here it is. It's Mid-May Massacre. It's being put on by the people. I've been doing the Mainframe Comic-Con for a long time, but Debbie Rochon, Lloyd Kaufman, Joe Bob Briggs. I mean, this is an amazing thing. I'm doing this at noon tomorrow, but it's in support of a documentary about the end of exploitation films. And what I love about it is they discuss that it's a freedom of speech issue, and that the lack of low budget grindhouse exploitation films at the drive-in is actually a danger to democracy. And after watching this documentary, I kind of believe in them. So just so you know, I'm doing that at noon, or actually it's one tomorrow. I'm so excited. I want to thank the Mainframe Comic-Con people. It's going to be a great panel.
If it's horror, I'm intrigued. You know me, Rob.
Yeah, I know. Destiny Captain says, all is well. Well, thank you. Harry Nice Guys sends in a super chat and says, don't bother about your age and your hot toy fetish. You're going to be old. You're going to be old anyhow. Hashtag stay metal. Well, Harry Nice Guy, fuck yeah, dude. I apologize for nothing. Nothing. Yeah. I mean, my God. Look,
Never apologize, Rob.
It's all about fucking music and fucking in general. I mean, if I don't have my sorry,
movies and music. Yes.
I was gonna say my
nothing.
tongue in a girl's. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Wait, what was I gonna say? You know, I wasn't gonna talk about being a cunning linguist or an anal linguist. I just didn't want to. You know, I don't even know what I was going to say. Either way, it's all about, the fact at the end of the day, it's all about being sensual. Like,
Yes.
here's the thing. You know what?
Bring back sexuality. Come on.
No, look, I don't understand. We live in a world where the internet has provided us with all kinds of pornography, and yet the birth rates are dropping. Like, yes, people, we have been, our fucking has been demystified.
Yep.
I used to think the greatest, most exalted position in life is to leave on a Friday or Saturday night with your cheeks glistening with moisture that came from the river of life. And if you hadn't done that, and you had to have skill, you had to understand, you had to know, you had to get that 45-degree upturn ticket. No, anyway, you had to go from 128 beats per minute down, or you had to make sure. Apparently, that life that's gone. I don't know.
We're just wanking more than we're fucking.
Has more insight into that. I just thought, when you're a knight of the round table, you have to wield armor and you had to fight with a sword. You had to understand. You had to learn those skills. And I feel like nowadays people think that they don't have to. When it comes to ladies, from a guy's perspective, you gotta learn.
You gotta keep the ladies happy.
But you need some skills, and you know where it begins? With a kiss.
Yeah.
If you don't know how to kiss, look, let me just say, here's this is a truism in life, a Rob Burnett truism. If you don't know how to kiss a girl, and when I talk about kissing, I'm talking about the initial contact, which might last a fraction of a second. And let me just offer this suggestion. The first time you kiss a girl, barely touch her lips.
Mhm.
Barely touch her lips. Barely do it.
Barely
Barely do it.
Tease. You like to tease.
But it's got to be. You got to bring your finesse game, man. You got to. If you can't kiss, you're fucked.
No
because
tongue.
because you won't get fucked. I'm just saying. Now,
You gotta
me,
use
am
tongue.
I
Don't
right or
use
wrong?
tongue.
Am I right or wrong?
I think you got her flustered, Rob. You got her flustered, Rob. Looks like it.
I think that we do need to talk about things. You know, I think that you need men, and let's say if it's a woman who's kissing another, whoever, you need to know how to treat a person. You know, in an intimate encounter.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
There's definitely some benefit to this because there are a lot of people who are asking these questions over and over again. What do I do? What are they going to like? I don't know what to do. I don't know how to behave. I don't know
more so than ever. I mean, we have more pornography than ever, and it just intimidated the fuck out of everyone.
Yeah,
communication is always the key. Also, I mean,
yeah, man. I mean, a kiss.
Nobody talks to each other no more.
No, but a kiss is an upper persuasion to a lower invasion. And if you can't kiss, you have nothing to offer your partner.
But I also think that the more experienced persons on these chats, or whoever you are, could offer some advice, you know, because there's always going to be people who are listening who aren't going to ask, but they want to know. So, you know, I think you're doing a good service to people because, you know, they need to realize that intimacy is real. And if you want to have a relationship with someone, you might want to, you know, have some kind of intimate contact with them. So there's a right way and a wrong way to do this. So
I agree. But now let me ask you this.
I agree.
I've asserted a bunch of shit. I've talked some mad smack. So let me ask you this. As a woman, now, I don't want to presume anything about your sexuality or anything like that, but I'm just going to say, as the recipient of, say, you go to a bar, you meet somebody, it's all good, and within the bar, they have kissed you, and it's good. You're like, okay, they understood not to probe with the tongue first. You never lead with your tongue kissing.
No tongue.
Please don't do that. Don't do that. Just keep the light brush of the lips and wait. But it's all rock and roll.
Past first base if you do tongue.
Yeah. So
second base.
Tell me, give us some insight. Where are you at? What makes you decide like, okay, there's something more here?
Yeah, and I don't know whether this is true for every person, but I can say that I have to know honestly what the person's intentions are. For example, you know, let's say you decide to be with somebody and, you know, maybe you're not actually looking for a relationship right now. You know, you should be very clear to the person you're with. It's like, I just want to have some fun and I'm not looking for anything serious right now. Like those simple words can, you know, determine whether or not you want to pursue being with the person. If they just want to be with you for one night or a week or whatever it is, and no strings attached, you at least know what you're getting into, versus, you know, not telling the person. And maybe it could lead to some place where, you know, it could be very negative experience for both of you. So, you know, I want to know just up front, like, you know, the person just says, yeah, do you want to, you know, let's have some casual fun or whatever. At least you know right there what's going on. Now it's your choice to go ahead and say, yeah, I don't mind having some casual fun, or no, that's not for me. That's like 90% of all the issues would just be eliminated there, because now there isn't that, gee, I wonder if this person really likes me and all that. Like, you don't even have to go there because that person.
People are afraid to be upfront nowadays. You can't just approach somebody and say like, hey, I want to have, you know, whether it's a one night stand or whether it's a serious relationship. So people are afraid to become upfront nowadays.
Let me ask you,
and it ruins the point of relationships, period.
Yes.
Well, let me ask you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say it ruins the purpose of wanting to be in a relationship, period. I mean, because people are afraid to be upfront with each other nowadays.
Yes, I haven't been answering your question, Robert. So for me, like a deciding factor, I have to obviously, like an internet relationship doesn't work for me. I have friends who would do that. That is not for me. That isn't going to work.
There's only so many times you can jerk off into a camera.
No, right?
Wait, did I say that?
Face to face is always better.
Yeah. And long distance relationships don't work for me. So, the person I have to be with the person at least, let's say, have 1 or 2 dates a week with the person. People work, but there has to be like some kind of time where I'm actually spending quality time with the person. Let's say if it's something more,
Right.
I really want to start something. So this is like, I think that like for some people, they don't need that. It's different for everyone. But for me, I have to physically see the person. I've been involved with people who were in the military, and that was very difficult if they were not around. These are things that you have to think about realistically when you're getting involved with somebody or whether you want to be with somebody.
Oh, come on. It was all about the size of their guns. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I had to go there. I don't mean to diminish your experience. I just want to make a joke.
No, I mean, I don't know until I'm with the person and like actually have personal space with them, whether or not it's going to work. So that's something that's very critical, especially nowadays. But I usually know within the first 30 seconds whether it's going to work out or not. So, like I'll meet the person. I'm like, no, this is not going to work. Or yeah, I would love for this to go further. But I also the same thing from the person themselves.
At least you're honest.
Just go on your way. It's like, we can both have a good night tonight. It doesn't have to be, like one person trying to explain the other. But I think that if I can find someone that, at least I can make a connection with. It's hard to make a connection. Like, it's not the easy thing
Especially today.
You find somebody who you can make a connection with, even if it doesn't last for long, you might as well just really spend some time with them. What you do with that time is your business, but just spend the time, enjoy that time when you can make that connection.
I agree. I think we live in a time where, spending time with someone, whether in your arms or it's real, as opposed to we live in a counterfeit world where everything is fake or whatever. And when it comes down to when you're actually spending time with a stranger or somebody you know, and you're actually being intimate with them and letting someone like literally touch you. Like, we think that, we grow up, our parents hug us as children and all that. We've moved away. Like, intimacy, true intimacy is being able to sit with someone you love and have them stroke your cheek or whatever. That isn't necessarily sexual, but to be able to look into someone's eyes and be present with them. Close up, face to face. Your arms might be intertwined. I mean, whatever. That intimacy seems to be lost because that's hard. It's hard. It's really difficult when you sit with someone you love, a human being you connect with, that you can actually sit down face to face, eyes front, and you can feel the breath of your partner on you, and you can feel their hands on your body, and the electricity of just feeling a hand on the shoulder, or perhaps they're grabbing your ass, whatever. but I mean, that's something that's an amazing thing that I feel the modern age has diminished, has taken away.
People are afraid to do that nowadays. There's no intimacy.
Well,
anymore.
but yeah, it's very hard. It's very hard. You look in this. It's way harder to look someone directly into the eye, face to face. I mean, if you want to be with that person, why is that hard to do? Because you can't bullshit someone. When you're this close, there's nothing you can say. They can look into your eyes. You can look into theirs. You cannot say anything. Anything.
Yeah.
And by the way, you shouldn't, at that point, you shouldn't say anything. You should just kiss them or touch them or whatever. Don't bullshit them. It's tough. By the way, on that note, Enigmatic Drop Bear sent in a very generous super chat and said, "Happy birthday, Rob. loving tonight's show, but especially the unscripted review of Tango Shalom with
That was a great review, by the way.
thank you. I did not pay her to do this, nor
Sure,
has
Rob.
she like
Just kidding.
indentured me into sexual slavery. She has not. But thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, and thank you so much for the kind review. That was very nice. Kenneth 83 DK says Hollywood needs to relearn that story and characters make a story, not a $100 million budget or special effects. I totally agree with that.
He's not
100%.
wrong. He's not wrong.
And the fact that doesn't. I mean, a story is a story. Yeah, you should be able to tell a story with two people in a room. One tells someone the story that it is, and film them and make it interesting, and that could be a feature.
Yes, and I have a question, and this question is for Robert, and it has to do with love scenes, just love scenes, let's say in cinema.
Well, I directed 5 episodes of Femme Fatales. Just saying.
He knows his stuff.
Yeah. My question is, are love scenes real? I think that for me, the answer is yes. But I want to know from you.
You mean is there penetration?
No, I don't mean that.
I don't think she's going there.
Actors who are doing love scenes this isn't the ordinary scene. It's not an ordinary scene. It might take the whole day.
No, it's the worst. It's the worst. I mean, I had never. When I was I worked on Femme Fatales. I directed 5 episodes of Femme Fatales for HBO Cinemax, which was a low budget, Skinemax show. And we were mandated, we were contractually mandated to have a certain amount, like we had to have like 89 seconds of boobs. I mean, that was it. And I remember, this is kind of strange, but the first episode I was given was, the script was fine, but it was not good. It was a generic script. It was called Till Death Do Us Part. And it had these 3 sex scenes. The opening sex scene was the way I envisioned it, what I wanted to do. This is so funny. Like, I'd never directed a sex scene. Well, that's not true. Free Enterprise I did, but I wanted to do a very stylistic sex scene. So in my mind, I had this. Here's my vision when I was given the script like a day before. So funny. So here's my opening shot. Like, I'm thinking that, okay, this show lives and dies on sex, and I have to direct shows, and it's only as good as the sex is going to be, whatever. And maybe it was my own fantasy, but so I designed this shot. Where the shot opens here. And the opening scene is, it was one long camera angle. And the opening shot was our main male character, his legs were spread, and his girlfriend was behind him, licking his ass and jerking him off. And it was an unbelievable. It was a rim job and a hand job. It was like all the things I love. And the camera was gonna push in, and I'm trying to design. I'm thinking aesthetically and all this stuff, and so. And I'm thinking, and then the camera, like, it was going to creep up and over to them and come. It was all about the mystery, the dead body, and all that. But so I thought this was cool. So Mark, the producer, calls me up and goes, "So, what we've been doing is calling all the actors and the actresses that have to participate in sex scenes, and you need to tell them what you want and what you expect of them, and if they don't want to do what you want to do, we'll change it up or whatever." I'm like, okay. So the lead actress in this episode comes in, and she's a beautiful girl. She's very, very thin, and she's like, "So I know that they wanted you to come to come talk to you. I said, hey, yeah, I've got these ideas, and I storyboarded this thing, and I show. I'm like, what I want you to do, and this is Cinemax. I'm like, your tongue is in his ass. You're jerking him off, and the camera's right behind you. It's coming up, and I'm speaking like so not good. Like, it's a show that it's Cinemax, and from my perspective, I've just designed shots. I'm like, and thought about my own things. I'm like, here's how we're gonna do it.
Oh my god!
And the camera's gonna come into you, and once you take your tongue out of his ass and stop jerking him off, the camera's gonna go, like, I didn't say that, but it was like when you're explaining this, I was like, it never occurred to me, like, it's a show we're supposed to make sexy, and I'm being brought in to direct sex. I'm proud of my work, and it wasn't just sex, but that's like the raison d'etre of the show. That it's all about the sex scenes. I'm like, I'm tired of these 14-year-old sex scenes. I want to see some good shit. Like
because it's not gonna be like, ooh, a boob, or ooh,
stuff.
Come
no,
on,
man. I wanted to see some, and it was clearly they didn't want that. I was fired. I'm like, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, if you went with my sex scene, it would have been memorable. People would have loved it, because no one doesn't like getting your ass licked. I mean, come on. Oh wait, did I say that? I mean, to be honest,
virgin ears, Rob.
To be honest, it was very frustrating. I mean, it was like, wow, you want to depict sex the way I envisioned it when I was reading Encyclopedia Brown Adventures when I was 9. And really, like, we have an opportunity to really upgrade this franchise, because I thought it was great. Like, but no. Anyway.
So it was like, I think I know a show kind of like Red Shoe Diaries was kind of like that, I guess.
Oh yeah, and Zalman King, that was Fox Mulder.
Did you ever watch those real sex documentaries that HBO was on?
Oh, dude, I watched I lived for real sex. Lived for it.
Great.
Fantastic.
Yeah, those were good. Those were really good.
Yeah, they were.
But like what you were saying, I mean, those were great, and they financed them, but all the other, like, I always felt like we were the kind of guys that were in the middle of a battlefield and came out of the dragon's nostril who was dead, and we looked around like, what do we do now? Well, just reboot and we'll play another level. Okay, but it never felt that way.
All right, so they're not what they're cracked up to be in the production stage of it. But once so then it's a miracle that after all the footage you take and put together, you can create something that has sensuality to it, considering the conditions that it's been filmed under.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, unless it's filmed as a sensuality sequence, which is everyone has contracts and you have to look into that. But yeah, that's a tough thing to do.
I'm sure directing sex scenes isn't easy.
It's the worst. It's the worst because
that's what I've heard.
Yeah, so. it's bad. It's bad.
But then what about if it's a film? So then I'm just gonna, and this is my very last question, I swear. What about if it's a film that is of a sexual nature, where the entire film is, let's say, more than 50% sex scenes?
Well, I would say this. I mean, a sex scene is a set piece. It's an action scene. And you have to ask yourself, why is this scene here? Like, there must be something beyond the fucking that makes it worthwhile to have a scene here. Because, no, I don't mean to be flippant or funny, but the answer has to be, like, why tell this story? And if you're going to go into a certain area where maybe you'll lose your life or whatever, the question remains, why are you doing this, and what is your story going to convey? And that's with all stories.
Yeah, sex scene has to be a part of the story.
Yeah.
I mean, I think one of the better sex scenes in cinema is the one in True Romance. When Clarence and
in the
Alabama.
in the phone booth in the
Mhm.
desert.
when they first have sex.
Yeah, and I think why that scene's so great is it's not graphic. It's not
No, it's
but
not.
but it's about people connecting. You see these two people. I mean, Clarence is wantonly desires her. They're married. His wife wants him, and it's great. It's great. Listen, I have a few more questions to ask, and my God, it's gonna be 5 o'clock. Oh my God.
Yeah,
It's almost 7 here. Almost 7 here. So in Texas.
Latino slant. Polly's here. Polly.
Ollie.
My God, Polly, why are you here this late? My God.
Nobody more metal than Polly. Come on.
By the way, I have to say, for those of you who don't know, please subscribe to Latino Slant's channel. Polly he might be the nicest guy on YouTube. I mean, he's a very empathetic, spiritual guy, and he promotes music and wellness, and just subscribe to his channel, Latino Slant. By the way, he writes in, he says, RMB, why did I love Falcons so much? It got me mired in its boldness, themes of coming home and representing a complicated history while embodying the Shield's principles. Wow.
Ooh.
Well, you know what? Right? What superhero even dared that? And why am I up? Well, first of all, Polly, let me just say that is, you know what? Your analysis brings tears to the eyes, but you nailed it, man. No, you nailed it. You nailed exactly why.
You did.
And what's what's really funny? Sam Wilson, of course, he would inherit the mantle. He should have. And what I find so funny is that the fact that they made it a little bit more ambiguous if he would or not. Why wouldn't you think that's good? Like, isn't that good? Like Sam is part of it. Like, if everyone is part of the story, isn't it good if they have a part to play? I don't know. Anyway, Stubble McShave, Wheel of Time, The Hot Spot. Oh, by the way, The Hot Spot. Dennis Hopper directed film that came out on Blu-ray.
That's a sexy movie.
Oh my God. It was the one time so let me tell you a story about The Hot Spot. So The Hot Spot is a movie directed by Dennis Hopper. It's a California noir, but Midwest noir. Don Johnson rolls in. He's a bank robber. But Jennifer Connelly is in the film. And there's a moment, as a young Jennifer Connelly does, where she reveals her breasts in the water. So the water's here, and the entirety, I was at the Directors Guild of America, the most prestigious place to see films. When her breasts came out of her kit, the entire audience, everyone's like, everyone's like, those are amazing. And all the men are like, I shouldn't want to touch them, but I do. Like, in an instant, like, oh my God. And I was there, man. I was there, and I was like, oh my God.
Yeah,
and I'm like reaching out, going, and
Wish
it
was
was
in 3D.
But it was so, like, she was so beautiful. So, I mean, I was like, why is this even here? Like, why am I responding to this picture? I'm going away now. Because nothing I can do in my life is better than this. So, what are you going to do?
Wow. That's a defining moment in
it
cinema.
It was crazy. Like, what are you going to do? After that, movie. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Like, I pride myself on my skills, but my skills, I know, they've only been tested at a certain level. Like, I've never been able to, like, I can't go to the Hamptons for the holidays. Like, they'd be like, who are you? I'm the pool boy. Oh, well,
Oh, they
okay.
would not say that to you.
Well, they would know, you know. I'm like, is the missus at home? Because I have to clean the filters.
Oh,
Just
no.
saying. I mean, I know. What are you gonna do? I mean, the White Walkers are here. We're all gonna die. So, wait. Stub McShave says,
Yes.
actually, I already read that. The Never Dead IV has subscribed to the channel. Thank you so much
That's a
for
cool
that.
name.
It is kind of cool. Okay, so we're done. That's good. We're at the end of the super chats. And I have to say, god damn it, I do have to moderate a conversation in 5 hours. So
5 hours.
We know. We're
We
sorry.
know.
So no,
It's your
fuck yeah.
birthday,
I mean,
though. Come on, man. It's your
no,
birthday.
we're gonna do Midnight Metal. It will begin tomorrow night. I mean, we're 4 hours and 52. Oh my god, 4
It's
hours.
the longest episode ever.
Jesus Christ. We've been on for 5 hours? What the hell?
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah.
let me raise my glass to all of you. All of you rule. Everyone, thank you for being a part of Midnight Metal. I want to thank, by the way, who's here with us now. I also want to thank Black Philip Alvarez. Both of you are fucking metal.
Happy birthday, Rob. We love you.
Well, thank you. I know I can't believe it's my birthday. I'm so fucking old, but I want to thank you both for being here. Thank you to everyone who supports the channel, and the supports channel. Like no, thank you all. I want to thank my moderating staff. I want to thank Mike Bodden. I want to thank the Richard. The Richard's still here. My God. Of course he's still here. I know. Well, the Richard, my entire moderating staff, I couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much. I can't believe this stream is now 4 hours and 45 minutes long. Either way, I need to go to bed, man. I want to curl up with my dog in my bed, and I want to go to sleep, and I want to snore like, because I've been drinking. That'd be terrible. Like, imagine your first one-night stand. You love this girl. You think, oh my God, you're so compatible. You go to sleep and you're like, and the girl of your dreams wakes up to you and like, fuck this, I'm out of here. And then imagine that. That would suck. I know, right? Like, and this is when you're on your back. You're like. And then you wake up and like, baby, I'm on my back. And then she like pushes you over, like fucking, not like taps. It's like, fuck you. I mean, you know, it happens all the time. It's just. No, especially on a one night stand. You don't even know this guy. You're like, why the fuck are you snoring? I mean, I let you over here. I let you have your way with me, and you're snoring. Like you couldn't. Like, didn't you like add some infomercial to your queue? Didn't really? It's so embarrassing. Oh, I do. What's Tinder? No, I'm just kidding. I know it. Oh, no. I only go to Grindr to get dope on my friends. I don't know them. No. You look, those people on Grindr lie. They lie. Grindr is a bunch of liars. You know, at least all of our dating apps aren't. Anyway. Well, thank you all. Thank you both, Black Philip. Give a hand to Black Philip Alvarez and foundational members of the Post-Geek Singularity. Well, all of that. I want to thank you all for being here. Thank my moderators, of course. And I want to point out to everyone, you know what? Tonight's my birthday. Today's my birthday. And the answer to that is, well, yes, I'm closer to death. Death will come for me soon. But you know what? It's going to come for all you motherfuckers. Death will come. And the fact is, what we need to do is enjoy ourselves while we are here. So every time on my birthday, I sit down and I ask myself, what are we going to do this year? What are we going to do? And the answer is, let's do something better than we did last year. And then if someone says, what did we do last year? Well, we poured concrete at the local kids' playground. And someone says, well, that's fine, but perhaps like the slides secured, but what about the monkey bars? Why don't we lift them up and pour monkey juice into them, and make the monkey bars even that much secure? And suddenly you've done some cool shit. Maybe that's a bad analogy, but whatever. I'm drunk. So the idea is that the world that we live in, we can all do some weird, wicked shit. You flick a switch, whatever. Do something to make the world better. I choose to drink whiskey online on Friday and Saturday nights. But at the end of the day, isn't it fun? Yeah. Well, holy shit. You know what that says to me? You belong at the Knights of the Round Table. Anonathrak Uthras Bethar Dultieliende. You join. Fuck yeah. We're all going to watch Emmanuel. I'm going to ask Richard, I'm like, you want to have a live watch party? Let's go watch Emmanuel 2. Emmanuel 2. Yeah, the movies, Emmanuel 2 is the best. That's the one you want to watch. Oh, yeah. Oh my God, I'm all about that. But I mean that sincerely. I mean, what's so interesting to me about Western culture, America, is that the most basic of biological acts, the fact that we procreate is the beginning and end of our culture. So the idea that we would have a problem with that is so weird. Of course, the way we go about it, that's the problem. How are you going to do it? It's tough. I don't know. Whatever. I must go. I must leave all of you beautiful people. I must say, this has been a phenomenal stream. I've very much enjoyed it. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Can I say that? I mean, I don't know how quite to. Otherwise, I don't know how to say it. I want to thank Black Philip Alvarez, all the way from Canada. Thank you. I want to thank everybody that supported my channel with super chats and tips. Thank you so much. Thank you for the birthday wishes, and thank you for just about everything. And my moderating staff, Mike Bodden. I think the Richard is the only one here. Thank you for having the blue wrenches of
the wrenches.
Yeah. And I want to it's gonna be great. I just want to thank who's here now, and I want to thank Black Philip Alvarez for your insights into pop culture and.
Anytime, Rob. I'll probably be on tomorrow night too. So.
Oh yeah, you will.
With Dave Parker.
Yeah, he'll be back. So thank you all. Thank you. look, the two of you, so much. So thank you so much for being here, and
Night.
I will see you. I will see you tomorrow,
Yes, you will.
Yes, you.
or
I'll
at
be
some
there. I'll
point.
be
Yes,
there.
yes, I will. So, oh, I love that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gentle beings, kind souls from across the 28 known galaxies, thank you for beginning my birthday day. I'm 5 hours into my 24 hours of my birthday. Thank you for being here. I very much appreciate it. And Harry Nice Guy sends in a super chat and says, "Battery power of my headset is at the end now." Oh, that's sad. I feel bad. Never Ending Dead, I already said that. Subscribe to the channel. Thank you all for the support and all of that. I'm going to go away now. As the critical, can I say it? Critical drinker says, he says, that's all I've got for you now. Go away. Go away now. It's so good. Anyway, I'm going to be streaming with him soon. Anyway, I just want to say thank you to all of you. I must go. In a world. Midnight Metal, episode 214. My God, in a world where everything is possible, and so is Midnight Metal. Thank you all so very